Hello, listeners. Welcome to episode 59, the mega episode, the celebration of Scale Model World Telford. Two of us, Ivan and myself, JB, had the opportunity to attend the largest scale modeling show in the world. It was certainly a grand experience where we saw inspirational work, met some lifelong friends, and had unforgettable experiences in which we're going to share today. So buckle up, sit back, and enjoy the ride to Telford. So in our first segment, we're going to highlight a time with myself, Ivan, Jackson, and John Everett. We're compadres for the entire time there, and we went from Telford to Tiger 131 to Tower Bridge. But before we get started, I think it's important to highlight some of the key statistics around the massive show that was Scale Model World Telford. This year, the show garnered over 9,000 visitors over the 2 days in the International Center in Telford. This was up exponentially from last year, which was around 6,500 and almost to pre-COVID numbers of 10,000. For the competition, they had over 1,200 entries for 96 individual competition classes and 45 additional sponsored trophies. From the countries that attended the competition, and this is the competition only, you had a true international presence with representatives from Canada, the Czech Republic, France, Germany, Greece, Guatemala, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Malta, the Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Slovakia, Spain, Switzerland, and the United States. Of the competition entrants, 73% represented the United Kingdom. So that was a really great international presence at the show. And that's the competition only. That doesn't include the SIGs and groups. And for the exhibitors in 2022, there was 106 UK branch and club displays, 93 special interest groups, 21 overseas displays, and 11 invited display groups. It was a really great time to get to know all of them. And certainly the diversity of people in the hall was absolutely fantastic. Lastly, we'd love to highlight the traders for the show, of which 109 traders and vendors attended, 9 of which were outside of the UK. Despite COVID and some other travel restrictions, they were able to make it. And it was awesome to see authentic airliners from Germany, Hong Kong models from Hong Kong, Kinetic models from Hong Kong, Qatari from New Zealand, the Arsenal from France, naval models from the Netherlands, Pontos model / Wolfpack from the Republic of Korea, RP models from Portugal, and White Ensign models and Tom Model Works from the USA. The Armory Group is also technically a UK trader, but Ilya is a Ukrainian-based in the UK and was stocking Ukrainian products such as door wings. So that was a really great presence from an international perspective across all 3 major components of the event: the club and SIG tables, the traders and vendors, and then ultimately the competition. So it was, dare I say, absolutely fantastic from the Plastic Posse podcast perspective. So with that, I'm going to sit back and we're going to roll the episode. All right, listeners, welcome aboard to the Scale Model World Recap. We're going to Telford, down to Tiger 131, and then to Tower Bridge. So buckle up. It's going to be a great ride. On the episode today, I have with us the guests that joined throughout the journey. So we have the Lord Ivan Jensen Taylor.
Hello, everyone.
We have Jackson Stanton.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
And the What Would John Everett Do in the house?
I don't know what I'll do, but we'll figure it out. How you doing today?
Good. And then lastly, we have Scott along for the ride. Scott did not join us, but he was super interested to learn more about our trip. I think some of the questions that he'll ask throughout this segment will be really beneficial for our listeners to give more, color, more insight, and just good knowledge about the show. So welcome on board, Scott.
Thanks. Excited to hear about this trip in more detail.
Yeah, it was certainly an exciting trip. It lasted about 6 days. In my mind, though, I think we can all agree it probably went super fast. It certainly started before we got in country, the three of us Americans. And really, I'd kick it over to Ivan to kind of tee up maybe a little bit of background about the show for our listeners who don't happen to know about it. But then also, what was his prep work? What did you do? Because I know there was a lot of things, in the background getting ready to host us three and make sure it was a really smooth trip. So take it away, Ivan.
Thank you. Really hard, very hard to plan a trip. And it's really hard to plan a trip for people who've never been to an event like this. I'm certainly no JB. He's the greatest host. And I was stressing so much. I was like, right, hotel rooms, got to make sure there's the right amount and 3 people aren't in one bed, and restaurant bookings. And it's stressful, but my word, it was worth it. So yeah, I was working every single day on the run up to Telford, and I knew you guys were flying in Thursday night, Friday morning. So it was kind of hit the ground running because you arrived on pretty much, we call it the soft day of Telford. Like the show was getting set up. It was busy. It was started. We did originally plan to go to Cosford and meet up, but because of timings and Cosford closes at like 4:00 and you guys were a little bit slower at getting up to Telford, that never happened. But we met up at the hotel. It was great. It was fun. I was presented with the greatest framed item on the planet, the white crayon that will be taking pride of place on my wall. But yeah, there's a lot of planning going into these sort of trips, and Telford's, with it being really being a 2-day event, it's condensed so much and it's non-stop and there's so much going on. Yeah, it's hard to plan. And then the planning after Telford to get down to Weymouth and stay there, again, more hotels, and the logistics of getting down south was very interesting, to say the least. But then after that, getting to London, it was smooth. No one lost their rag on the train. The tube, on the other hand, that's a different story. I was dead to the world. John just looking at me like, "Are you good?" I was like, "I'm not good. I don't like this. This is foreign to me." But once we were in London, it was great. Everything was smooth. Walked 9,000 million miles. It would have been easier walking to the sun. But yeah, it was great. Obviously, that was a very, very condensed and vague presentation of what we did, but we'll talk a lot more detail about each specific thing we did in this episode.
Yeah, we'll certainly jump into each segment a little bit more. That was a great kind of prelude to what happened. Like you said, the soft opening of Friday took a little bit longer to get up there, but I still think, it was really, really, really fun. As soon as we got into the lobby, especially, I met you with John Everett, who had a very interesting journey to Telford. So I'd love to kick it over to John, talk about his trip into the country. I know there were some travel complications, and then he took the oldest form of transport to get to Telford. So tell us about that, John.
Yeah, I was hoping to get in a couple days early and hike up to the top of Mount Snowdon in Snowdonia, the highest point in Wales. And as a note, the highest point in Wales is half as high as our houses in Colorado for both myself and John Bonani. So not a tremendous Mount Everest excursion, but a good hike nonetheless, about, 4 or 5 miles out, 4 or 5 miles back, but couldn't do it. The railroad strikes and limited bus service between the station at Bangor, getting down to the town of Llanberis and finally up to Snowdonia, couldn't do it. So made an alternate plan. I took the train as far as Shrewsbury and we stopped there for the night. Had a nice little night, local hotel. It was great. I booked it through the app, worked well. Stayed the night in Shrewsbury, and the next morning I walked to a little village called Upton Magna, about 6 miles. Took a couple hours, 2.5, 3 hours. Stayed at the little hotel called the Huemont, and good bread and breakfast there. And then the next after that, I walked into Telford. Another 6 or 7 miles. And so all in all, did about 6 or 7 hours of walking to get to Telford from Shrewsbury. Really nice. They've got, the UK has a great little system of, they call them the National Cycle Route. I took cycle route number 81. Essentially, they're paved country roads. That's all they are. Just enough for 2 little cars to get past each other. As a pedestrian, you kind of have to step to the side to let cars pass. A woman was out there riding her horse across the landscape, said hello. So that was a lot of fun. So walked the little trails, a little bit of mud, a little bit of rain, but not too bad. Really good weather, all in all, not too cold. Walked into Telford, found the hotel right away, and then met up with the group in the morning. So yeah, that was my little personal thing getting out to Telford. I like to tell people I walked to the show, but not really. I walked over 2 days between Shrewsbury and the show, about 12 miles. So all in all, not that serious.
I can't wait to see that rom-com. John walking on a country road and he meets the beautiful woman on the horse.
That's what Ivan's hoping to do when he comes to Texas.
Absolutely.
More likely to actually happen in Texas, I think.
So, the last person part of the party and part of the posse that was part of the core group was Jackson Stanton, coming all the way from DC. Jackson, give us a recap of maybe until when we met up, and also, what models did you bring, and how you packed them, because I think you brought a lot.
Yeah. So I did a lot of my planning the night before I got on my plane. I worked the whole week. So I got off work Thursday night, had my roommate driving to the airport. So I didn't have a whole lot of time throughout the week to really get stuff prepared. But I think it was Wednesday night, I went to Target and bought one of those. It's actually a Christmas tree ornament organizer. It's a 2-tier Rubbermaid container that has latches on the side. Literally all I did was I think I put 3 models on the top, 2 in the bottom, packed them in with newspaper, and they didn't really move around at all. So I brought my shipping Sherman, I brought my tadpole, my Samoa that I just completed and haven't even posted pictures of yet. And then I packed my group build Sherman, the Firefly, along with my Tiger for the 48-hour build that we did recently. So got all those in there. They got to the show perfectly fine, no issues. I was really stressed out about flying with models. It's really not that bad, especially going through TSA. I was one of 5 people in line because my flight was flying out at 11 p.m. So around 9 p.m. there was no one in line at all. Yeah, it was very hassle-free. I packed very lightly. I think I packed like a couple pairs of pants, enough underwear and socks for every day. I think 2 hoodies and a jacket, and then like 2 t-shirts, and I was good. That was all I needed. Left me plenty of extra room to bring back goodies from the show and anywhere else I picked them up.
Nice. And there was no shortage of that. We'll get to that segment later.
Oh, yeah.
So this is kind of where Jackson and I meet up. I very similar circumstances, Jackson. I flew out from an evening flight from Denver, 9 hours into London Heathrow direct, which was absolutely fantastic. But I made a wood box instead of, I typically do what Jackson does, have the 2-tier ornament box, very simple. But this time I'm like, I'll do it a little better. I'll do it a little different. So I made a wood box I picked up from Hobby Lobby. I lined it with felt, and then I think I fit about 10 or 12 pieces in it. So I had them stacked in there and it worked out really well. Again, TSA, no issues. I think, again, we probably can all agree as you walk through with models, it's just be respectful, I think, is probably the easiest thing to do. And that's the easiest way to get through without issue, and be open. I was asked both coming in going, hey, what's in the box? And I'm like, oh, Scale Models. They're like, oh, my friend does Warhammer. So everybody is inquisitive. And, again, if you ask politely too, if you are concerned, you can just say, hey, just be careful, especially if they pull it out to scan. But on the way, I was asked, is there a tank in here or a die-cast car or something? I'm like, yeah, it's a Scale Model. Welcome to open it up if you'd like. And they're like, oh, no, it's okay. Cool. Go through. So it was really smooth. And then I think, and Jackson might agree, one of the most stressful times in air travel is actually getting your box from the aisle while you sit down. So it's like one of the most stressful times. Everybody's getting on the plane, rushing around. I always make sure it's like one of the moments I take my time and slide the box under and get that secured. And then I put my other bags away. Flight was uneventful coming across the pond, landed at Heathrow on time. And then Jackson and I were fortunate enough to get a ride from John Bryan, a listener and great modeler. He's building an awesome helicopter right now that he's riveted. It's super nice of him to pick us up. Essentially, he had mentioned it was kind of on the way. So he got us in. I think we left there shortly after noon. And then we jolted up to Telford. And as Ivan mentioned, unfortunately, the venue closed a little early. So we ended up just going to the hotel. And at the hotel, that's where we did meet up with Ivan, Graeme, Luke. John Everett was there, gave this beautiful gift to Ivan. Ivan considers himself a white crayon. So John was kind enough to get this white crayon framed, matted, and then it's almost like a gold leaf frame, very, very stately. So it could be hung in Windsor Castle if needed. One day serve as a a reminder to the great monarchy of Ivan Jensen Taylor. But it was really great, and that I think we chilled out for a little bit, and then Ivan, that was the point where walk our listeners through for entering at Telford. You can get in early to enter.
Yeah. So I think it's just after 5 or 6 o'clock. They open one of the rear entrance is not the clearest in the world because we had to go. We went through the trader entrance because we had the wristbands for it. But everyone can get in if they're entering the competition on the Friday. Either 5 or 6, you can go in, and that's when you get your first real look at what the show is going to be about. That was the thing I was really looking forward to seeing the reaction of you guys. Like, right, you're in before the public. What do you think? And it was a big deal. And getting you up on the catwalk, so you could see everything en masse that was cool. But yeah, you can get in on Friday, put your stuff in the competition, and have a bit of a mooch around. Like do some recon so you can see what you want to buy as soon as you get in on Saturday.
VMS included.
That was the first thing we went for. We found one stand with it, and we were like, right. I said, have you brought any more of this? No. It's like, right, first place tomorrow, get there. And then luckily we did actually find Albion Alloys also had quite a stock of it. So they were there, just not as obvious. But yeah, the Friday is good because we've described it. It's like a mini day in itself because you can be in there a good few hours. You can see a lot of the displays, the SIGs, the clubs, and the traders. Obviously, you just can't really buy anything, so it does give you a good chance to look around and get a feel for where everything is, and you can go fresh on Saturday knowing what to expect.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to open it up to Jackson and John real quick. What was your first impression? I'll start with, we'll go in reverse order. We'll go with Jackson first. What was your first impression kind of walking into the hall and soaking in that first experience, even though it's that soft opening? What did you think of the venue and what was in front of us essentially?
I was immediately blown away. So when you go in through these back doors, you go in, you're in the first hall or third one. We always got the numbers mixed up, but you go into this first hall and it's just filled with tables for SIGs and people are running around, setting everything up. You've got vendors with kits piled up to practically the ceiling with, tarps and blankets and stuff over them for the next day. And so you're like, trying to peek through and see what they've got. But it was an absolutely massive hall. And then, we keep walking and I'm just like, oh yeah, go through here. We go through another identically sized hall. And I said it at the show, for those of you that are on the East Coast, if you've ever been to ODO in Richmond, that I think is one of the bigger, if not biggest East Coast shows. The size of that venue, which is very, very big, was the size of one of the halls at Telford. And there were 3 of them. And so if that gives any, relation to size, like, it's really hard to put into words just how massive the venue was. And it was filled up too. There wasn't empty space. The other thing that jumped out at me was the size of the contest area in relation to everything else. Because you go through those first 2 halls going through the back door and it's, all SIGs and vendors and magazine stands and stuff. And then you get to the last hall and most of that is still SIGs, but then off to the side, you've got a very small contest area. And that kind of reinforced the whole thing that we've been told and been talking about, in that the SIGs and the people are the focus of the show, and that the contest really does kind of play a lesser part than it would at a US show. So that was kind of a shock, or maybe not a shock, but it was cool seeing. And then, getting up on the catwalk the first night and just being able to look over everything was just awesome. And it was crazy to think that, like, come few hours the next day, it would have been filled with people. And even still looking there, trying to picture that, it did not match the amount of foot traffic there was the next day. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty epic. John, Everett, what are your thoughts at that moment too when we came in?
Much similar, I think. But for me, having been to Telford back in 2019, just before the virus happened, I remember walking in, and the ceiling there has got this very black paint to it. And I walked into the building and said, oh yeah, this is my happy place. I remember this now. So having walked in again, seeing it as we did on the soft open before really the crowds got in on Saturday. I even mentioned this a while ago, maybe on the last podcast, that I think having the contest area down on the lower floor is a better layout. We were able to get in, but I don't know, maybe half the people or so who were entering something in the contest had it already out on the table. And we were able, because we got in early, to see everything up close without the crowds. You know how it is at a big model show. You don't want to interrupt that guy's camera picture, but you also want to see the model. And you kind of feel like if you spend 2 or 3 minutes really closely examining something that you like, that maybe you're stealing from the people around you by grabbing your 2 or 3 minutes. So having that first day when the crowds were light to be able to see some of the things that were on the table. And I think also those who are really determined to get in early and get their work on the table on that first night are the ones who've probably put more effort into their models. So it's maybe a little bit nicer to see those up close. So I enjoyed being able to do that. So if Telford can use that floor space again to have the contest in the lower areas, I think that's better than they were upstairs, because upstairs does get very, very crowded. And also, I think it sort of makes it isolated from the rest of the vendor room. So if they don't need that space, I say let them keep the contest down there, but that'll be down to the organizers at Telford. So did enjoy it. Like you were talking about earlier, by all means, you scout it out. You find out where the good guys are that you want to buy your specialty items from the next day and hit those first thing in the morning. I'll have to thank Jackson for getting me some VMS product there that was hard to come by otherwise. Learn where the layout is, and that's sort of, okay, here's Telford, all set for tomorrow. And that was probably my first impression walking in.
Yeah, mine are along the same lines of both you and Jackson. Just to, walking in the back door, you see so many pictures of the event, and you build up expectations in your mind of what you were going to see, what you're going to experience. And they all came to fruition, to be honest. And I think IPMS UK has a lot to be proud of that event. And especially on Friday, what I was impressed with was everything's almost set up. I think there was maybe, just a handful of tables in each hall that hadn't been set up, but by the opening the next morning, it was chock-a-block full. And that night, Ivan had arranged for us at a classic British establishment, TGI Fridays. It was good. It was a lot of fun. Another big group party. I respect Ivan a lot for playing, orchestra lead and really hurting the cats in some moments. I think what's important too to note, in the area of the International Convention Center there, or the International Center at Telford, we stayed at the Premier Inn, which is literally right up the road. But it's super nice because it's almost like a microcosm of, it's a little town. It's a town center. Everything's walkable. You don't have to worry about a car once you get there. And, there's modelers everywhere. And when we were leaving the venue, Ivan made a note to me that said, he told us like, oh, the line's going to be out here tomorrow. And we hinted on this in the last episode. And the line would start over 300 yards away from the venue. But once you're in the venue, it's the same distance. So, I mean, honestly, quarter of a mile long, if not longer, I think, to get into the venue itself. And, maybe I'll turn it over to Ivan to talk around the timing of the Saturday. So there's specific times of when certain people can enter. And, Ivan, I'll kick it over to you to kind of lay that out.
Yeah, nice one. So if you have a trader wristband, you can get in between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. Usually you go in through the rear trader door, but I think by 8:30 they shut that. But you can just cut the line going into the front of the venue. And then from 9 a.m. till 10 a.m., it's IPMS members. One thing to note, how extremely well organized IPMS was. Before the doors opened to members, they had the volunteers going down the line, checking membership, giving out wristbands. So as soon as the gate opened, everyone could go in. There's no checking stuff. There's no, are you a member? Oh, no, I'm in the wrong line. It was a simple, just, right, you've got your wristband, get in. Once that line was down, eventually, then ticket holders, e-ticket holders can get in at 10 a.m. Again, it was really well organized. It was a very well-oiled machine. It was very efficient, so there wasn't as many volunteers needed. It was interesting because we went in, I think we got in about 8:45 in the morning because we slept in a little. It was busy. And then between 9 and 10, we were like, yeah, it's very busy. And I said, ticket holders aren't even in yet. And then it got very, very busy. And it was great to see it at full capacity. It's like, yeah, there's a buzz, there's an atmosphere, there's a vibe. It's really cool. It's like Jackson said, it's a celebration of the hobby. And to see it so busy and everyone's so enthusiastic, it was great.
Ivan, I'd like to ask you a question here. My frame of reference is IPMS USA Nats, which obviously is just a fraction of this size, but it really, really sounds like IPMS UK just did an amazing job handling, 9,000 people. That's tremendous. Give us an idea of, if of how many volunteers that we're talking about, and if any special shout outs you'd like to give, to people that have put it on, because I'm curious about that.
I think JB might know more about that than me. He attended the meeting, so I'm just gonna throw this one to him.
Yeah. So Scott, that's a great question, and hats off to IPMS UK. What we were very lucky, Rob Booth and I, e-board members for IPMS USA. the IPMS UK folks were really open, and we had a great executive session on Saturday afternoon. It was almost for 2 hours. And we discussed everything from, what the IPMS USA Nationals is, what Telford is, where there's similarities and where there are cultural differences, where, to be honest, it's good that they're different in a sense. The IPMS USA Nationals contest vendor hall seminar focus, a lot different with the UK. And there was a good discussion around where can we integrate maybe some good ideas between the shows to make each better. But, in terms of staff, I had the opportunity to meet with a few of them. So John Tapsell, he is the publicity officer, and he really helped out the Triple P get access and help us out, really introduce us, show us around. And it just was a gracious host from a show perspective. We also met with Paul Reagan, the president, Rick Middleton, and then also I had a chance to meet with Andy Brown, the contest chair. So those are some of the core folks. And I know I met their treasurer. So I would say there's probably a dozen core leadership positions that support the show and kind of the major roles that is very reminiscent of IPMS USA. And then from a volunteer perspective, I think what helps is there was actually staff. There was a lot of staff from the venue itself, and they, I would say, policed or ensured that the queues were properly lined up and doors were guarded and everything was running smoothly from a facility standpoint. I will have to go back to them and ask from a IPMS UK manpower, woman power perspective, what that looks like. I don't think it's terribly heavy-handed because, again, I know there's a core group. I'm sure they have a lot of volunteers that support it. And one of the easiest ways to see those volunteers, they were all wearing bright yellow fleeces. So bottom line, I don't have a great answer. Core leadership group who worked their tails off the whole weekend and probably days before and likely days after to get the event ready. So again, I got to give a shout out to the e-board from IPMS UK. They were gracious enough to take time out of their extremely busy day to really talk business with Rob and I and really help bring the two organizations closer together. And, what I look forward coming down to it is, maybe there's a quarterly or biannually meeting between e-boards to discuss, hey, how's your show going? How's our show going? Is there anything that's working, not working? What would you recommend? Hey, we'd love some feedback with this. I think those conversations are just starting and certainly look forward to them growing. But long story short, core group of folks that run it. And then there's a lot of volunteers that make it possible.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate that. Just again, from a scope standpoint, it just seems tremendous. So my hat's off to them, obviously. And then Jackson, a quick question for you. You're much younger than all of us and maybe not as much Ivan, but just wondering on your perspective, as a younger person kind of coming into an event like Telford, what were your impressions and, does it make you want to become like more involved in these kind of events or kind of what you thought about attending Telford?
I mean, I've always kind of been really big into model shows, so I don't know if I could have really become more into them. I already go to every one I can. It was awesome. It was massive. It was an awesome community. The SIGs really made it for me as well. From a young modeler's perspective, I did notice a lot of people my age as part of the SIGs rather than in the contest. So that was really good to see. One of them I introduced to Ivan and JB was a Christian Wolf. He goes by Wolf Scale Models, or I can't remember his exact Instagram tag, but he does great work. I've talked to him a lot on Instagram. He's close to my age. He was at the show actually with his dad as part of their local club. So he brought a lot of stuff to display for that. And that was really good to see. So I think it definitely gave me more mojo. I got back and I was like, I'm ready to, start working on more models. And it's sad that the next show for me probably won't be ODO until February. But yeah, it left a good impression. Like I said, I don't think it could have made me more bought into the whole idea of being part of community because I think I'm already pretty set in with it, but it definitely reinforced it to say the least.
Yeah, I think that's a great, I think, like you said, it's a celebration of the hobby and it's acknowledging the community that exists within it, celebrating that community. Right. And that was something, maybe this is another great topic to segue into is the SIGs for our listeners that attend the IPMS USA Nationals. UK is very different in regard where, we are about half and half traders, vendors. It's traders and the SIG. And maybe it's 2/5 traders, 2/5 SIG, and then a 1/5 of the contest, or even smaller, to be honest. The focus of the SIGs was really cool because you see stuff there that you could never imagine seeing. And I saw a Panzer II DeLorean. I don't know if you can find that most anywhere else or ever entered at a show. So that was really cool, and maybe I'll go around the room to everyone on the line and talk about maybe what was your favorite SIG. I think Four Corners will come up in almost everybody's discussion. So we'll save that for maybe a special discussion later, because they were really the star of the show from the SIG perspective. They also had prime seating. One of the SIGs that stuck out to me, I'll just mention briefly before passing it off to John Everett. I really enjoyed the 007 SIG. There was a table there dedicated to the models from James Bond. So they had, the Moonraker shuttle, the, DB5, the tank from Dr. No, the T-55 blowing through a wall like Goldeneye. They had Little Nelly, everything, the Odd Job, slash James Bond fight scene. So it was but professionally done. And I have a picture of it on our page, little things like that, where it'd be difficult to see that subject matter, to be honest. Very rarely entered at shows, and it was really cool to see it all together. And they also really present it in a professional manner too. What's important is they take pride in their work. The table is their, truly their display, the way they present themselves to the world in that matter. And they spared no expense. They even had business cards. They have a Facebook group, and were really genuine to talk to. And I think that's important, that all the SIGs probably operated along the same way, where they're sitting there, they're engaging. You walk by, you make a comment, oh, I love this. And usually the modeler's right there and you can strike up a conversation. And before you know it, you're a half an hour later, late for lunch. So that's just really the tempo of the show. And I'd kick it over to John Everett to, discuss maybe what stuck out in your mind in the SIG tables.
For me, the SIG tables, you love the individual topics of guy that did Star Wars, the James Bond thing. I remember seeing there were guys that did strictly U.S. Air Force, Cold War. The SIG tables are interesting in their own way, but for me, it's really down to the club tables. The club tables are more interesting for me, just because personally, the topic on the table is less important than the people who built it. When you get to the UK, the UK culture, American culture, it's just different enough. There's no language barrier really to speak of. But the people have kind of a different outlook on the world. And to sit down in the club, and we've got a guy I've known online, Pete Haley, for a long time. He came with us out to Bovington. He's got the Avon Club. He was in the Avon Club. I sat down with those guys, and we had a really great conversation about everything, about model building, US, UK relations, EU relations, how all that stuff. So there was a really good conversation to be had. And for me, it's the club tables that bring that in. And the guys generally with the club table, you get that, like any club, you get a wide variety, a wide spectrum. Every guy doing crazy sci-fi like I enjoy doing, all the way up to the really serious, historical, deeply detailed Soviet armor between 1960 and 1970. A guy had a specialty in that stuff. So in a club, you get the wide variety of models, and you get a wide variety of interesting people to talk to. And because of the differences between the States and the UK, there's just enough of cultural interaction there. I think there's a lot to offer in talking to the clubs. So for me, the clubs stand out over the particular special interest groups.
That's a great point, and I think that's where Christian, right, Jackson, had put a lot of his work, is with his club table. And maybe good segue, Jackson, what did you enjoy about club SIG tables?
Yeah, so Christian displayed a lot of his work there. That was one of my favorites. He brought he's got an M16 AA half track that I absolutely love. I think it's one of the best whitewashes I've ever seen. It just looks so sloppy in like a good way. So getting to see his work was a highlight. You had already mentioned Four Corners. Those are just superstar models right there. They're celebrities in their own right. Mind the Gap was there. Amazing diorama. Spud's M4A3 105 was one of my highlights as well. But other than those two, there was the Rubicon. I don't know if it was a club or a SIG, but the Rubicon table across from the vendor, that group of people, they did some really awesome dioramas and vignettes with Rubicon models that really, really made me want to start building some. They were all very well done. And then there was another table. I can't remember who the actual club was, but a guy that was part of it had built almost like every Sherman and Lee mine clearing vehicle that had like ever existed, all scratch built, used conversions and stuff. And it was a really, really impressive display. He just recently did a Mark I land ship mine clearer. And I think that he posted that to Facebook. So I might be able to track him down through that. That was really awesome. And then the other one that was a highlight was there was a SIG that was all about range targets and range like observation vehicles. And they actually did the black and white kind of bumblebee looking Sherman that's in Germany right now that was used as a range observation vehicle. So seeing all those are probably my highlights.
Nice. And I recall everyone. Yeah. And for our listeners, the range targets, it wasn't only ground targets, but air targets as well. So
Right.
it was a complete mix of, diverse subjects that were painted up as range targets. And, only Telford, you're going to see that kind of stuff. Last but not least, I'd kick it over to Ivan to, highlight, what stuck out to you in the club and SIG tables.
Well, sorry to sound like a broken record, but it's hard not to mention Four Corners. They were in the perfect location. Like, to look at that table and not feel crap about your own work was difficult. They were so good, and everyone on that table, super talented, super nice guys. They were the highlight of the show. It has to be said. Jackson kind of said of the ones that really took my attention, like the Rubicon SIG.
Yeah,
so cool, because those are small models, and some of them are full interiors, and there's cool dioramas. They really made the table look interesting. And again, like Jackson said, that it's a small table, but it's all target stuff, and the Wasp Sherman looked really, really cool. It was crisp. It was so clean. It was nice. It's hard to recall everything because of how many were there. It's because you'll remember some models. It's like, well, was it on that SIG or was it on that SIG? Like a Battle of Britain SIG, but then there was a Spitfire SIG. It's like, I can't remember which model that belonged to. There was just so much that grabbed your attention, and it's really hard to to place where it was. There wasn't a bad model in the venue. Everything was just astonishing.
Yeah, astonishing is a great word, and I'll pick up and highlight a couple SIGs that stuck out to me just from their presentation. I thought the Harrier SIG next to Four Corners was really well done. That showed the history of the Harrier, I'm pretty sure. There was a Bomber Command SIG. Jackson had an intimate relationship with the Harrier SIG. No crises, but it was good. But one of the ones that stuck out to me too was the aerobatic SIG. They were really, really interesting to talk to. I got to talk to Gary, the organizer, super nice guy. And what was really cool about their SIG is they had a giant U, and inside the center of their SIG, they literally had like a bar. So they had drinks, they had food, snacks. Again, it goes to the social aspect of the show. And I was fortunate enough to get introduced to them through the IPMS UK leadership. And it was essentially like, hey, I've never met you before, but we're really good friends. We instantly bonded over scale modeling, talked about the SIG, talked about the prep work that goes into building the SIG. The idea for the aerobatic SIG, for that matter, it was 3 years in the making because it was going to launch at COVID at the 2020 show. But unfortunately, they didn't hold it, and they didn't want to have it at the 2021 show. They wanted the show to be able to rebound and really put forth a great effort in displaying something that they've worked incredibly hard on. So theirs was all about their aerobatic SIG, but it was highlighting the snowbirds. So they had a giant display of everything related to the Canadian aerobatic team snowbirds, the history of their aircraft. They had some RCAF stuff, just a really, really good. And then they had the themed fighter helmet with, the beer cans, and overall really, really well done. And then gifts are a big thing too. So I was given a bottle opener from that SIG, which I thought was really cool. And one thing I learned, again, sensory overload. We'll do it a lot different next time, not different in a bad way, but just to increase our presence, the value of the show. And it was just great. I mean, and you meet a lifelong friend, and it was like, hey, if you're back next year or you want to come back tomorrow, come on behind the table and have a drink. We're here to celebrate. And the same with the USAF SIG. I was walking by, saw a friend from Pittsburgh, grabbed me, we had a drink of Jeremiah weed, and talked about the display that they had there, literally, countless aircraft from the United States Air Force. So again, experiences like that are really, really, just really, really important, really memorable, and something that is super unique.
So I have a question for all of you. I want to start with you, John, because you're an e-board member here in the States, but I'm really intrigued by the concept of the SIGs. And it's something about Telford that probably, if I'm honest, is one of the biggest reasons why I'd want to go. So what did you think about, the difference in cultures? Like, how could we bring that SIG concept on some level, if we could, over here to the US and bring another non-contest element to the show? Because I think what I'm hearing from all of you guys is it was almost better than the contest, getting to see the work, talk to the modelers, and being inspired by the work that you were seeing.
Yeah, it's a really good question. And I think a lot of it harkens back to what John Everett talked about earlier. concerning cultural differences. I think there is certainly an opportunity to bring aspects of Telford, especially the SIGs, over. And that's not to say it's never been tried before. I think what IPMS unfortunately is a victim of is really the locations in which we hold these contests. Chattanooga is a great example of a contest, a convention where they really embraced display only SIGs and gave them ample real estate to display because the facility had the ability to do that. Unfortunately, we're in a unique spot where we're, too big for our typical facility, which is an Embassy Suites like Omaha, but we're too small for a larger convention center. And how do we operate within those in those constraints? Now, I think, looking at 2023, we're locked in for Texas. But I think what we can do, and we've already talked a little bit about this, Rob Booth and I, how do we operate with what we're given with? We'll have the contest. It's going to have amazing work on the table, and we'll have the traders as well and seminars. But, specifically the contest and the contest room, I think there's an opportunity to, leverage that and extend the hours one night and create that social gathering. Is it reminiscent of the SIGs? No, but it's still enabling a conversation where, if you've built something, we encourage you to go to the hall, go to the table in which you've built it, or go to some, walk around, bump into people, talk to them about their models. I think that's maybe the first step. Where I see a potential big opportunity to bring more SIGs in, and even clubs for that matter, is Madison. I think the facility there, the show chairman, Jeff Hearn, has expressed it as well, really looking to deliver something special, that customer experience, that convention experience, and they'll have the real estate for it. I think that's the important delineation is we IPMS are understanding those constraints, how big the facilities are, and we're looking bigger. And I think also, I'll just also end on it too. The UK is a lot smaller than the US. One of the benefits I think they have is they can drive and bring everything in, where it would be difficult, I think, in maybe some areas where to get a SIG type of participation for everyone to bring stuff. But who knows? I think anything's on the table, and we have certain, if there's anything to be proven, it's everything can be proven wrong. Look at how fast hotels sell out. Look how many models are entered on the table. Look at how many traders are lined up for 2023 in San Marcos. Bottom line is we see all these benefits and we're noting them, but it's like gradually and really methodically too. How do we change the show for the better without risking anything, essentially? And it's those baby steps, operating what we have to work with. And this year is hopefully extending those contest hours and bringing that social aspect into it. So long story short, we're working on it.
John Everett, I'd be interested in your perspective on that as well. What elements, if any, do you think that we could bring in over here to our IPMS shows in the US to make them, maybe a little more club based or modeler based and less competition based?
Well, it's I might get myself excommunicated from the community here, from the IPMS membership, but I do think maybe we ought to put less emphasis on the contest, because it's how we have a legacy of giant contest rooms with thousands of really well done models on the table. And out of thousands of incredibly well done models, a handful of them perfect. Well, this model is more perfect than that model. Okay, sure. Today, from that guy, it is. That's it. John Everett's opinion is done for the day. Thanks very much.
Ivan, when you started talking about Telford, we see you on all these chats and everything, your eyes would light up. So what do you think from your perspective is just the best thing? What gets you so excited about Scale Model World? And then after you have you guys answer as well. What was your favorite thing that you took away? Was it the social aspects, etc.?
Yeah, this was a worry for me. I was very concerned that I oversold it. I was like, they're going to turn up in dreary, rainy, damp old Britain and be like, this show sucks. But no, it was so good. For me, the highlight is just meeting everyone and seeing people's work and listening to people talk about the work. And you can tell how much they love it, how much passion they have for a project, because suddenly you'll have talked to them for like half an hour on just how they applied a decal. It's great. People's enthusiasm, to keep going back to it, Jackson said, it's a celebration And to get that many modelers in one venue at once to enjoy what they do is amazing. And it was great meeting all old friends and that, but it was so good to have the guys from the US come over, because last year I was part of the Posse last year, but I was kind of on my own doing it. It wasn't the same. It was great. It's the friendships, it's the meeting the people, and it's talking about the hobby. It's just a big celebration. That's for me is the highlight. To be honest, there could be no models or kits to buy or traders in the venue, and it would still be amazing. It's not about buying things or new items, easy for me to say, but it's just the enjoyment of the hobby and the enthusiasm people have. That's what really gives me the buzz.
Yeah, I would just echo that. One of the things that stuck out to me is meeting all the people. And I actually wrote down a list of, who we all spoke to, because there were so many. And some of them, I do want to mention them because it was a great opportunity to put a face to a name. And a lot of them are supporters of the show. So literally meeting people from all over the world, for that matter. So Paul from Denmark, Richard and his friend Wilson, he's a 777 pilot based out of Hong Kong. Really great to meet them too. Carrie out of Vancouver, Yoav out of IPMS Israel, Mick, IPMS Ireland, Neil, Simon, our Australian friend who we bumped into on the street and ended up hanging out a lot, throughout the evening with them. There was Darren from Scale Model Hangar. Super nice to meet him and his group of friends. There was his friend Will. And then there was also Paul from IPMS San Diego, Kieran and Pat from Ireland. Pat, our good friend that we had talked to at IPMS Nationals in Omaha, who was with Steve. It was really great to see him, although brief, but really, really nice. And then, Joel Middleton as well, his crab RIP, but we will resurrect it. I made the promise that it'll come back. And one of my goals for when I return to Telford, I will bring his Sherman crab restored into one piece. And then lastly, another individual, we met him and his dad, but it wasn't at the show. We were down at Bovington in front of Tiger 131. And one of the coolest experiences I think we've ever had related to the podcast was a gentleman came up. His name was Carl, and his dad. He's like, "Hey, just want to say hi, listener of the podcast. I saw you guys at Telford and really just wanted to say hi." And we talked for a good amount of time, took a selfie. Ivan slipped him a coin. It was pretty smooth, Ivan. I think that was the perfect, you perfected it at that point. But again,
I learned from the master.
It's all about that pinky, man. So again, the people, as John mentioned, sitting behind a table and chatting with somebody that either you've never met before or have just gotten to know them, and sharing that conversation about a hobby in which we love. And also, cultural differences too. Had a great breakfast with Yoav from IPMS Israel, and just really, really interesting to learn his background, IPMS in Israel, and just everything about their club and how they come to Telford every year. So it's very hard to find that kind of diversity of people. And that's, it's something special. And, I'd kick it over to Jackson to maybe talk about, his relationship, really great friend now with Christian, and what you did not only at the show, but what it led to following the show as well.
Yeah. So like I said, I talked to him a lot on Instagram. I followed his work for a while. I kind of threw together a Discord a while back of just younger modelers. So that way we can, just send each other memes and stuff. And so we've talked quite a lot. Yeah. Getting to meet him, it was awesome. Him, Ivan, and I just ended up spending almost an entire day of the show walking around being like, oh, like, look at that kit, like, you should buy that and stuff like that. So yeah, it was really fun hanging out with them at the show. And then a few days after the show, on my last day in London, I actually didn't even know he lived in London, very close to where we were staying. And so I was like, hey, like, do you want to hang out? I've got this last day where I'm going to be the sole survivor in London. Our group's all dispersing the earlier that morning. He was like, yeah. So we were going to meet up at a local hobby shop, but he ended up having, I think, some school commitments pop up. But afterwards, him and I went to a little food court, really cool place with like a bunch of different international foods all in the same place. And we just, caught up. We chatted, got to get to know each other more, had a cute little pizza date, showed him my models. It was awesome. And then he actually was very helpful in pointing me in the right direction to get back to Heathrow on the tube. He was, we actually took the same trains. So yeah, and on top of that, completely forgot, we met up with him as well a couple days before at the Imperial War Museum. I was like, hey, Ivan and I are going to hit up this museum. If you want to come hang out with us for a little bit between your classes, like, pull up. And funnily enough, we actually met each other on the train going over to the museum. We didn't realize it, but we were both on the same train car. And so we got off together, and, us three went up into the museum and took pictures and had a fun time. So yeah, it was awesome getting to, I guess, meet someone that, I've talked to for, a long time now over Instagram, just getting to put a face to a name and, getting to know him and his dad and see his work in person. And it was awesome. And now I've got a close friend in London. So
nice. And, it's a very similar circumstance, I think, with you, John Everett. Your friend came down and met you at Bovington for the day. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, no, that was Pete Haley. I've known Pete Haley online, at least from Facebook, for years now, and met up with him back in 2019 at my first Telford visit. Super cool guy, lots of fun to hang out with, interesting, and he's got a club that he comes with. I mentioned earlier, the Avon Builders, I think they're called. And Pete came out to Bovington, met us there. He hadn't been to the museum for a long time. I think that's true of a lot of British modelers. They have visited that museum a long time ago, and when you come to Telford, it sort of reinvigorates the interest in that, because Telford, the airplane museum at Cosford, is just down the road. So I think the show at Telford does get the locals fired up about going and visiting their local museums. So yeah, I want to say a little shout out to Pete Haley for his coming along with us on that. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was super cool. And going back to the show, looking at Saturday, putting it into perspective, it was really the most overwhelming day, I think, in terms of people, everything on the table. And what was really cool for our listeners, when they judge the contest, they judge Saturday, and Saturday afternoon, they place a card next to all the winning models. So I thought that was great. So you see what won there, and then they pull the pieces that took the best of their category and put them in their own category. And then the idea is, you leave your model on display, people come by, photograph it, understand what won, and no one else takes their model. So that was the other interesting thing is, the models were awarded, placards placed. Jackson and Ivan picked up a few each. And then the following day on Sunday, you actually go collect your award. But it was an interesting way to acknowledge what won. And it was cool. I enjoyed being able to understand and see, hey, this is the best in class. So that was really cool. Saturday, I'll just talk, Saturday wound down. We ended up going to dinner, met with Marcus Nichols out, which was a absolutely fantastic time. We met his friend Carl. Carl is the gentleman who built the Lancaster dropping the bomb that did this splash, and that's what's suspending it above the base. Really, really incredibly nice guy. Had the opportunity to talk with him throughout the night, and then Simon joined us as well. And then Sunday we went back to the hall, and maybe Ivan talk about on Sunday there's something unique that happens, and maybe share that event, and then we can also talk. It was just a very somber moment. So I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah. So Sunday is when we do the remembrance. So Sunday is a quieter day, is noticeably quieter, which I think is actually nice. So you get the hustle and bustle of Saturday, and then the Sunday is like, right, you can just kind of chill and look around things now. You tend to have done your purchases and that. And then bang on 11 o'clock, there's no warning. Well, there's an announcement in the morning, but there's literally no prep, no warning. As soon as it hits 11 o'clock, the room falls silent. And I mean silent, like all of a sudden, massive crowd, and then you can hear a pin drop across the convention center. Then the military's on the catwalk. You can hear them. Small reading is said, and then the last post is played, and it's quite a moment. Usually, like everyone dead respectful, nothing said. There's no noise to be heard. That happens. Then once it's all finished and wound down, everyone applauds. It's a really nice, quiet, special moment, and every year it gets me a bit. I know it's going to happen. I've experienced it, I think, every year. And even when not at Telford, I've experienced them in the local area with the cenotaph. I know what it's like, but it still gets you right in the feels. It really does.
Yeah, the entire facility drop dead silent. Really, really, just something really everybody should experience. It was a very somber moment and really respectful too. So that happened 11 on Sunday. And then I think, turning into the afternoon, there's probably a mad dash to hit all the traders before the day's over. And one of the things I'll just start and then kick it around the room too is like, what did we buy? What we couldn't find? I mean, literally there was everything there. I think what stuck out to me most is the amount of new stuff. The new Kinetic F-16, there were Comets there, the new Anson from Airfix, like literally all the new stuff, finishing products, the consumables, they were all there to be had. There was no shortage of great things in the vendor hall. And maybe Ivan, we'll start with you because your stack was quite large.
It was. But if we compare it to the US Nats, it was minuscule. It's large because I bought the 1/16th Sherman and the 1/16th quarter-ton utility truck. I also, one of the first purchases I made, me and Jackson were walking past this stand, and they had a massive corner of machining Krieger kits. And I was like, whoa, you don't see them over here. And they had the Nutcracker, £90 down to 45. And it's like, I would have to be stupid to not buy that. I mean, it's ugly and I didn't really want it, but it was £45, so I bought it. Another purchase that I got the Rubicon LVTs. Me and Jackson were at the Rubicon stand for quite a while with Christian, and we were looking at them. They were built up in glass cabinets and they looked really, really, really nice. We were talking about the different types of LVTs. And then I ended up getting the LVT4 and the LVT A1 / A4. I did a swap. I did quite a lot of swaps. I did get the Mark 44 Ammo Night from Jackson. I also did a swap and got the nose part of the 132nd Lancaster from HK models because I wanted to do one, but I didn't want to do the full model. Just the nose will do for me. Again, me, Jackson and Christian were walking past the stand and he's like, oh, Tasker M4A1, you should buy this. And we all know it takes a lot to convince me to buy something. I was like, okay. So I bought that and that was it. I do have to say a massive thanks to everyone we met because got a lot of freebies from people and gifts and stuff like that. So there was a lot of gift giving and a lot of swaps. It was nice, but I didn't actually spend a lot on models. I spent more on gin, but I'd have to give Spud, John Murphy, a really nice shout out. He gave me a beautiful bottle of gin. I've got this reputation. I must like fruity drinks. So I got that. I have to give a shout out to Mark Bradley and his wonderful missus, Jamie, because I think they made 6 million cookies for us.
I had a check bag just for them.
They were astonishing. They really were. Just, yeah, the generosity of people in this hobby. I know I'm going off track. It was what we bought, but yeah, I didn't buy much. It just happened to be what I did buy was rather large.
It was a great vendor haul. John Everett, what'd you pick up at the show?
For me, consumables. You mentioned that earlier. I got, loads of sanding sticks. I was lucky enough to get some of that ultra matte that was in short supply there from the Albion guys. I got quite a bit of Albion metal. If you've never used it, the Albion Alloys product, they're aluminum brass tubing, copper tubing. We're accustomed here in the US to have K&S, which is very good stuff, but the Albion is extremely small, like 0.5 millimeter, and it's tubing and 2 millimeter tubing. And it's really good if you need to make anything out of tubing, a structure of any kind out of tubing. They're the people to go to. So they had good stuff. So I got some Albion, got some matte, and I've already kind of posted it out there on the Facebook. I needed a wooden stand, a nice stained, really pretty a wooden stand for my lightsaber. Oh yes, my lightsaber that I made, and I got a wooden stand for my lightsaber. And if you haven't seen it, I've got some pictures out there on the Facebook. But those were the primary things: consumable, lightsaber stand, and some Albion.
So Jackson, I saw your post-show picture. I think you bought more chocolate than modeling related supplies.
Yeah, I was going to say this is going to turn into an hour segment of Jackson's bringbacks from England. But yeah, so I did get a lot of people. A lot of the chocolate was not for me. I was held at gunpoint by my friends and family, and they said, if you don't bring back chocolate, we're going to disown you. So I got plenty of that. But in terms of Telford, stuff I bought, I did find my TARDIS kit. I must admit, I did actually order one in advance. I ordered one to Ivan's house. He brought it for me just in case there was one at the show. There was one at the show, so I bought a second one. So I got those 2 kits because those are very hard to find in the US. Friday, when we were there kind of scoping everything out, I saw it was the Ming Rolls-Royce Armored Car kit. And it was a really good price. It had photo etch inside along with like wood paneling for the whole truck bed and everything. It's like 30 pounds. I was like, done, I'm there. So I went and picked that up first thing Saturday morning. I found something I was not expecting to. It is the Ding Hao reboxing of the AFV Club LVT. It's got a big howitzer mounted on top of it. Very, very hard to find kit anywhere. Got that for a good price. Probably the biggest steal, though, was the 2 Research Squad books. So the Tiger Research Squad book and the Panther book on the running gear. I got both of them for like 20 pounds combined, which you can't even touch one in the US for that price. So really lucky to get that. I got lots of stuff for TJ and Zach to bring back as well. I got some busts for TJ. I was very jealous of his Doc Holliday bust I bought him. I almost stole it myself because it's awesome. Really excited to see what he does with that. Ivan gave me a few kits to bring back. He gave me a Ryefield I keep doing that, Ryefield Firefly, and he gave me one Romfell armored car, and then Graeme gave me the other one to bring to TJ. So got two of those. And then a lot of consumables, a lot of VMS, a lot of foliage. There's a store, MDP Models, I think, that was selling a lot of like diorama accessories. So I spent way too much money there. Well, yeah, one of the highlights was Spud had given all of us when we first got there this little sample pack of Plymouth gin. And I was looking at the container yesterday with TJ, and one of the bottles is, quote, Navy strength, and it's 114 proof. So I'm saving that for like a night where I really need to forget something. I'll just down that, and you'll find me a month from then, in a ditch somewhere.
San Marcos 2023.
Yeah, exactly. I'll bring it to that. So that was very generous. And then Luke and Graeme also gave us a little goodie bag of Black Rifle Model Works swag. So I actually got a mug next to me that I was using this morning, and some pins and stickers. So yeah, it's a lot of generosity with all the people we met. So
yeah, and it's a good thing you bring up Luke and Graeme. We haven't mentioned them much already. We hit on Spud. He was an excellent host, especially at the Four Corners table, almost considered our home base. He was very welcoming, and everyone on his team, Pete, Andy, Dan, Ian, Kev Smith, all really great modelers, but really great people, more importantly. And they even gave their own show award, which I thought was great. But in addition to those folks, people that I would say they took care of Ivan. So I think we're thankful for that. Luke and Graeme, salt of the earth types of individuals. We've had Graeme and Luke on right before we went to Telford, but they are certainly great people, really inspirational work. Luke had brought a lot of his work and put some of it in the contest and did very well. But then he also put a lot on the Rubicon table as well. So we talked earlier about how good that table was. It's pretty sure, couple pieces on there, especially the, exploded Tiger 2 that showed the interior. That was Luke. So a lot of his world-class work was on display, and it was super cool to see it in person, but then also have it rewarded. So those two gentlemen are, they're really good. And especially having to deal with Ivan, I think, all weekend was great. It was funny. It was very parenty in some instances. So it was really good. They're great people.
Yeah, they are. They have to be to put it with me. No, but they are. They're the bestest type of people, because they're really humble guys, and you can just tell how much they love the hobby. Yeah, they're all right. They're all right, guys.
And maybe this is a good segue. So we've talked a lot about Telford, and maybe we'll spend the next, just a little bit of time to talk about the remaining part of the trip, because, at the Posse, it's not only about the show, but the entire experience itself. So I will say Telford ends rather unceremoniously. People kind of fade away. I thought it was very reminiscent of the Ocean's 11 at the end, when everybody's standing around the Bellagio fountain, the soft music's playing, and you shake your hand and you slowly walk away. I felt that at Telford. Where at the IPMS Nationals, we have the award ceremony, we have some significant events that are part of the show that kind of signify its closure. Where at Telford, again, it fades away. And that's what it felt like. We set a time, hey, wheels rolling at 4:00. And we were out the door, and we were in the car playing Jenga, or Tetris, I should say, with some purchases, but it was all good. And, we made our way south to Weymouth. We were lucky enough. John and I rode with Luke and Graeme. Again, the two fine gentlemen we just discussed got stuck in a little bit of traffic, but I don't think that was a problem, because it goes back to what John said. We talked more than just models. We talked life events. We talked, family, culture, a little bit of everything, road laws, for crying out loud. Literally, it was all on the table to get to know them, the country, the hobby from their perspective. So really, really good. And then Jackson and Ivan, I don't know how you guys did it, but you were in Weymouth like an hour before us.
Yeah. So we were like right at the front of when the traffic hit. So we managed to get through, because your ETA just kept getting further and further away. But yeah, it was nice. We slept in the car. It was nice and peaceful. And then we arrived at the hotel, which was glamorous.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was great. My room overlooked the sea.
Yeah,
you were in the presidential suite.
Yeah, the John Bernani suite wouldn't it? Me and Jackson got the dustbins.
We got the Harry Potter under the staircase cupboards.
But the thing is, Jackson's room was still more glamorous than mine.
And then John bunked alone. But it was a nice hotel. It was a cool area.
Lovely place, lovely location.
Yeah, because we woke up in the morning and went for a walk along the beach. Met for a really cheap breakfast, which was good.
Yeah.
I plan to maybe go do Weymouth again or something down on that southern coast.
Yeah, especially in the morning, it was so clear you could see the white chalk cliffs of the southern shore, and I'd never seen that before. So it was very cool and just a beautiful area. And then we found a pub to have a cheap breakfast in the morning, and then John supported an older gentleman putting up Christmas lights that they had to be put up that day. John,
they did. By Jove, it was Christmas decoration moment. Whatever that moment is, it was the moment to have Christmas decoration. And he was a neat old guy, but he was older than me, and he was climbing around on chairs and tabletops, putting up garland, sticking it to the ceiling. And I'm sitting having my breakfast underneath him, thinking, okay, I'm just going to watch. If he falls, I'll just get in the way. I can't stop him. He's too big. I can't stop him falling. I'll just get in the way and slow him down a little bit, hopefully minimize his injuries on the way to the floor. But he didn't fall, and he put up more garland for the rest. So for what it's worth, the old fella did a good job of doing Christmas decoration at the pub.
I felt really bad for Jackson. He had one mouthful of a waffle. He was like, right, I gotta go and shower.
Yeah.
he would gone.
It was really good breakfast too.
It was cheap. Everything was cheap.
You can't go wrong with the Weatherspoons.
I want to bring up too that the night before I've got to give Ivan props. He had never been into a traditional English pub. And I have. And he planted his feet firmly and said, I will not go into that pub. There is no chance. And I brought him in. I was like, we're going. Look, I'm here. You need to show me your country. So we're going in. And we went in and they were playing Rammstein. And he was like, okay, it's not that bad. And then that he was fine until I started talking to the locals. And then you could see him just die inside. He's like, oh, great. There were a bunch of people wearing football uniforms. And I started up conversations with him. And he's like, oh, geez, we're going to get into a fight or something.
Yeah. So just to correct, I have been in English pubs before. I'm not complete Neanderthal. It's just, there was a lot of people outside it who were quite loud. It's like, that's a deterrent enough for me. And luckily there was the vibe. There were seats at the bar, so I was happy. Ordered my traditional pink gin and lemonade. I was happy. And then Jackson's like, I'm going to talk to these two guys who are clearly drunken in football gear. I was like, please don't. So he does. And his friend is just apologizing for him the entire time. He's like, I'm sorry about him. I was like, this is not good. We should leave. It was until it started getting hostile. It's like, time for bed, I think. And then we wanted to try and get food, and it turns out you can't walk through a McDonald's drive-through.
Yeah. Big culture shock open there. That's not how it is in the States.
So listeners, while this is going on, John and I, the adults in the room, we are back at the hotel, soundly asleep.
Well, before the pub, we did go to a really nice bar that had one man in it with extraordinarily loud music dancing alone. And obviously Jackson's like, let's just get a drink here. Again, not the place to be.
No, it turns out that a very small coastal community at 9, 10, 11 p.m. on a Sunday is not the most...
in November.
Yeah, in November. It's not the best place to party.
But the morning we did party. So we finished breakfast, hopped in the car, and made our way over to Bovington, which John had never been to before. And John, you're not even a tank guy, but you're like, you know what?
Yeah, no, I'm not a tank guy, but I'm not a tank guy. If nothing else, the historic interest of the machines themselves. Even if I don't model the tank, I am curious. Okay, well, where was it captured? Yeah. And what condition was it in when they picked it up, and how much work has been done, and who's done the work, and how do they get parts? All that stuff I find very interesting, even if the tanks themselves are not necessarily something I will build.
Yeah, it was great because, at the event, at the venue, I should say, at Bovington, we met up with Kev Smith came down. So we've mentioned him before. He is, I've looked up to him so long. His work has inspired me for literally ever, back on the Missing Links days and seeing his work now. Unbelievable earth tone worker. He joined us, which was great. We had Spud join us. That got us a little bit of special access, which was really, really cool. John's friend Pete came down, but then also Daniel Brooker joined us. And unfortunately, he couldn't make it to the show, but he was kind enough to join us down at Bovington. He lives about 30 minutes away. It was a good reunion. Never met him in person before. Really, really great. Handed over the M4 improvised Sherman that, was shepherded across the pond, but also made its debut at the IPMS Nationals at the Sherman table, but then also traveled to Salt Lake, a show in Colorado. So it's been all over, and it was really great to meet him. But what was really cool was we were all, and Luke and Graeme joined us, of course, but it was great to not only be at Bovington with the armored vehicles, some of which are, singular in a sense of there's nothing like it in the world, but having the opportunity to just have chats around them. I mean, there was one point where I pushed pause and said to Jackson and Ivan, it's like, we're here in between the King Tiger and the SDKF SID 234 chatting with Spud and Kev Smith. I mean, come on. No, nothing better.
Wow. Yeah, it was super cool.
And then we're around the Japanese tank taking pictures. Jackson's like, let me show you the doorbell on it. And Dan Brooker, I think, right? Jackson was the one who showed that to you.
Yeah, so I had seen a YouTube video about it a couple months ago, and he was like, "You know about the doorbell, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do." I didn't even think to go and try to poke it, and then I did, and had to record a video of it, and then I showed you guys.
Yeah, it was cool. Just little things like that were little, again, micro conversations, around these significant machines. We're chasing, we also have a selfie stick going around, and, Jackson's measuring tires on vehicles to do some 3D modeling. So, overall, just a really incredible experience, not only at the museum itself, but enjoying it with some of our friends there. And then we had a Tiger 131 beer at lunch, and, the day just went so fast. I think in total, we were there 7 hours, maybe. 6 hours. And then, John Murphy, Spud, was kind enough to get us the conservation hall opened. We had to resist, I think we had to put up a wall. We were holding Jackson because he wanted to jump down into the pit and go touch everything.
Yeah. But I needed to be held back for sure.
The T14 was his baby. Unfortunately, he couldn't get close to it.
Michael.
Yeah. So for those who were very adamant in me seeing Michael again, I could not. Their whole factory, what was previously the factory display, was under construction or redevelopment or whatever they were doing back there. And I can't remember why they said they didn't move Michael, but I'm sure they just did not want to touch it at all, given its rarity. So I could not go see that, but I did take some pictures with the A176 of me praying for, as JB put it, any possible dating profiles.
I'll also bring up, I'd love to ask John, since you're not a tank budget guy, but you're not a tank guy, walking through Bovington, maybe seeing some of the vehicles for the first time, what stuck out to you? If you had to take something away, maybe from the World War II hall.
Well, certainly from the World War II hall, it would be the captured German tanks, just because it's like seeing a famous person. They exist, but you've never seen one before in the wild. And you come around the corner, it's like, oh, wait a minute, it's that one. I know that one. So even a person like me who doesn't know a great deal about armor has watched enough History Channel or Discovery Channel to say, oh, hey, this is a thing I'm familiar with. And for me, that's, there's that little, oh, wow, sort of museum moment that we all get from time to time in the places like Smithsonian or wherever they are, the national museums. For me, yeah, from the German armor and the fact that most of those machines, at least in that section, they take them out and they zoom them around that little racetrack once a year. It was pretty impressive. You got to say that, with Jackson and his work as a mechanic there at the Tank Museum here in the U.S., the level of dedication, it's all volunteer. Those guys don't get paid. They come out, they scrape their knuckles, they bleed, they choke down diesel fumes, and just to keep these old historic pieces of machinery running. And for me, we had a docent there who apparently not just knew a lot about the Tiger 131, but had worked on it, driven it around. His background, he was a modeler, wasn't he?
Yeah, that was Peter Smith, right, JB?
Is that who that was?
Yeah, Jackson's new best friend. They talked about
okay. Okay.
He does a lot of very good Sherman models, so I followed his work for a while.
Yeah, here he is just volunteering at the Tank Museum because, he was bored and keep these old machines running. So for me, the not a tank guy, that was probably the most standout, was the pieces of equipment exist, you've seen them on YouTube, and then you come around the corner and there it says, oh, wow, oh, it's you. Oh, it's you, Tiger. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was certainly it, because I hadn't been to Bovington for like 3 years, and they completely remodeled the inside. As Jackson, we talked, you were there when they had the Tiger collection as well, and totally different now.
Completely different. It was very disorienting. You couldn't really tell where you were and what the building used to be. And then next thing you know, you're walking into that section where the TOG and the modern vehicles are, and you're like, oh, I'm here. Like, I don't know what I just went through, but it was I like their new setup. It's very well organized.
Yeah, like John had mentioned, you go around a corner and it's like, holy cow, that's a Yog Tiger just right there in front of my face. And what's nice about Bovington is you can get up close to it. So it was.
Yeah, you got to figure cool. of all the museum pieces out there, of all the retired equipment and all the museums of all the world, the Tank Museum is the one where you don't worry about guys just walking up, touching them. You just, you don't, oh, you're going to damage the exhibit. No, you're not.
Yeah, it was really incredible. And that's honestly, it's a modeler's paradise. It is so good, and you can get so close to stuff. Again, Jackson was measuring a few things. I was taking photos of every rooftop I could get to with the selfie stick, lots of self-portraits with everyone, updating our profile pictures with, German heavy armor in the background. So it was just a really, really, really great experience. Beautiful museum. They have done a world-class job, and I would encourage everyone to go there. I know Scott's probably a little jelly if Telford didn't make him jelly. Bovington with Spud certainly did.
Oh yeah, that would be a dream come true. I'm not sure 7 hours would be enough. But favorites, I mean, you guys got some incredible shots, like John was saying, great Comet references for everybody that's going to dive into the new To Be a Kit. What was a favorite for each of you? Ivan, what was your favorite?
It's hard because me and Jackson were busy doing professional photo shoots, and I really like the Stug that I got a picture in front of, but then I really like the Churchill that's next to it. And then obviously there's 131, and everyone needs a picture in front of 131. And then there's the King Tiger and there's the Yag Tiger, but it's hard to pick. But weirdly, I'd say my favorite piece, I think it's the M4A 176, I think. And that's a gorgeous piece of machinery. But then the Crab, which is crazy looking, it looks so menacing. So yeah, just choose any one of them, and any of them will do.
Yeah, for me, the Yog Tiger always sticks out to me just because it's absolutely massive. It's huge, just big, just unbelievably big. And, it has Zimmerit on it. It has the Porsche suspension. You can get right up next to it. Probably the highlight for me. Jackson, it's probably one of the 12 Shermans they had there, the DD, I'm suspecting.
I've got a hot take, actually. So I will say the Crab was awesome. I can't remember if I had seen that. I don't remember if that was out when I was there back in 2019, but either way, seeing it again or for the first time was awesome. Pressing the button on the doorbell on the Type 95 was cool. Honestly, one of my highlights was the Rolls-Royce armored car, because I just bought a kit of it, and that was not on display when I was there last. So it was really cool seeing that, and that's what I spent a lot of time measuring and taking pictures of. But the hot take one, it's actually one I showed you guys in the World War I hall. They've got a builder's model for the Mark 7 or the Liberty tank. And that's something that I walked completely past the first time I was there. And then in the years that followed, I found out that builder's model is like one of the sole examples of like the color that they painted the land ships in World War I, the service brown or service khaki or whatever the color is called. And so getting to see that and trying to take like a mental image of like, okay, this is what the color kind of looks like. I'm not normally one that's huge on color, but it's such a unique kind of greenish brown color. And it's something that I just thought was really fascinating. And seeing a builder's model from, the early 1900s that they built to, create this tank from, it was cool. It was one of my highlights and something that I think is often overlooked.
They've got this tank cut in half. What they used to do that, I have no idea. It must have been like a diamond saw or something they used for cutting big blocks of granite out of the hills here in the Rockies. But anyway, they cut this tank right down the middle. But most interesting, not just looking inside and seeing all the mechanisms, but they have the mannequins of the crew that are in each of their respective positions while they would be operating the tank. And you realize that even for a big vehicle like this one, that they don't have a lot of personal space in there. They're banging their heads around. It makes you understand why all the tankers wear helmets, because they're just rattling around in that thing. You'd be banging your head off of all sorts of metal objects. And for me, that really stood out as just not that they took this giant hunk of metal and cut it perfectly down the middle, but that it helped to emphasize just how tough it is to have that job. And makes me glad I never had to do it. And yet you talk to the guys that did do it, and just like the movie, that's the best job I ever had. You know, they loved it. The guys that did that loved it. They were also 19 years old. I look back at the things I loved to do when I was 19, and I was like, I'm not doing that today. Nope. So for me, that stood out. The one that, whatever it is, it's cut in half. A Churchill, a crocodile, a centurion, I don't know. But I'm not a tank guy, but I'm not sure what that tank is.
But you liked it.
Yes, I did.
So one of the things you mentioned about mannequins, I will note this, and then we'll continue on our journey. The mannequins there, especially for the Churchill, the one that was next to the Stug, it was interesting. I was up on top talking to Dan Brooker, and he noted that the mannequins in that tank were actually sculpted by an art school. They took a photograph of a Churchill tank and the crew of it, and they sculpted mannequins to match the photograph to highlight the crew. That I don't know if it was the exact Churchill, but it was certainly the crew were depicted, and they were sculpted very well. They looked exactly like they did in the picture. So I thought that was kind of neat to bring the human element into it. And then they kind of gave a little profile on each of those crew members, where they were from, what were their duties on the tank. So it was just neat. Bovington does that extra mile, I think, in telling the story. And then we ended our day at Bovington, and we transitioned over to Wool, which Ivan didn't know where Wool was.
I didn't know Wool was a thing. I was like, what does Wool mean?
It's the small town next to Bovington for our listeners. So at Bovington, it might be a long way from London, but it's actually a very easy place to get to, because the train will drop you off right near the museum, and you can either call a cab or an Uber, and it's a short jaunt, or you can walk there. I've done both. And the train we took, it was a little over 2 hours. Spud was great. He, Graeme and Luke drove us all over. There was a mass shuffle of Ivan's wares from Spud's van to their SUV.
I didn't buy that much. It was just big stuff.
Okay, here we go, listeners. Hot take. We're leaving the hotel in Weymouth. Or no, we're in Telford. We're leaving the hotel, and Ivan looks in his room and goes, pillow holder. This is mine now. And he filled it up with his purchases. So he has the pillow holder, and then I'm getting on the elevator in Weymouth, and all I hear is like a mini explosion of kits in the hallway around the corner. And I hear, oh God. I go around the corner, and it's Ivan there with his bag and his pillow sack that is burst, and there's just kits lying all over the floor in the hotel. And I look at him like, all right, this is a you problem. Give me your bag, and I will meet you downstairs.
The zip burst because of the weight of the gin and the octo jig. I just looked on the phone. I was like, I want to go home now. I'm done.
He's tapped out, and then he's just kicking his bag through the lobby out to the stairs. But yeah, we sorted that out. We said our, sad goodbyes to, not goodbye, but see you again to Luke and Graeme and John. And John escorted us on the platform, made sure we got on the right train. So super kudos to him. And then we had the train ride to London was super nice, I thought. We just chilled. Wonderful.
Yeah, it was lovely, lovely train ride. Great conversations, great laughs. A little bit of shut eye, a little bit.
Yeah. But it wasn't busy. We each had our own, John and I shared a table facing each other, and then you and Jackson had one across the aisle. So not bad. And then we got to the tube, and it wasn't that bad.
It's warm down there.
But you got to admit, it wasn't a bad walk from the tube to our hotel. Prime location, no complaints.
I think my only gripe was my terrible packing and the stupid ball bag I had, which wasn't easy to carry, didn't fit on my other bag, and there was a lot of stairs that went up and down. It's like this. I was borderline like, I'm gonna throw this bag down the stairs. I'll meet it at the bottom.
And I think we also have to note during this whole time, Jax and I are schlepping our built models and other people's built models through the tube too, with no casualties, shockingly. And then we dropped our stuff off, and it's probably 8:00, 9:00. And Ivan, what do we do for dinner?
So we popped into there's a Tesco near the shop, near the hotel. Popped into there. JB got some things, and then me and Jackson were like, "So, what are we doing for dinner tonight?" And JB's just like, "I got my beer and my chips. I'm good." So it's like, right, me and Jackson don't know what we're doing for dinner. So,
and he held both. He had one in each hand, beer in one hand, bag of potato chips in the other. Held them up like he had just like won a medal or something. He was like, "I got my beer and my chips.
I'm good."
We were like, excited to go to some nice, London dinner first night we're there, and he's like, "There's a Tesco right here. Like, we're good."
What's for dinner? Tesco.
Yeah. So that became a running joke on the trip.
Yeah.
We dropped our bags off, but we did go for a good walk. We walked down to Borough Market, past Station West Belfast, Tower Bridge we stayed right next to. So it was good. And then we also hit St. Paul's at night, which was really cool too. It was good. And then, on the way back, we passed Shakespeare's Theater with, our resident, theologian, poet, John Everett.
Yeah.
Who serenaded us the whole way across Millennium Bridge.
And did so, stone cold sober.
I mean, it was a performance. We had people lining up. Actually, we had a mini group. Yeah. It was curated, and John was the star of the show.
I think now maybe you're just exaggerating. We might have just been some idiots just walking across the bridge. That might have been more close to the reality of it.
We did have people looking at us, so
that's true. Yeah, an American narrating from memory Shakespeare while walking across a bridge with other Americans. Yeah, I can see how that would draw some views.
So we went back to the hotel and took it easy, and then the next day it was off to more museums. And this time we focused on the Natural History Museum. And maybe, John, I'd kick it to you to kind of describe that whole museum, what you looked forward to there, because it was really, when we talked about London, it was the number one thing you wanted to do. Yeah, no, for me, definitely. On my trip back in 2019, I went to a science museum instead, or a history of industrial science museum instead, and missed the natural history. And I was glad to be able to do it this time. It's that museum, given its history and how it was constructed and all the rest, the architecture is almost as good as the exhibit. So you go there to see this, you go there to see that, but the architecture of the building itself is beautiful. And the level of detail that's been woven into the very stone of the building itself, the little sculptures that you can't see if you're just 50 feet away. You literally have to be standing there. You'll be sending a text message or something on your phone, and you realize, oh, wait, that's the face of a carved monkey looking out at me from this pillar and it's been there for 100 years, just the choice of color and the way they've designed the staircases. And if the best, obviously go online to see the photos, but the best analogy is when the Harry Potter kids go into the hall with all the staircases that swing around, that kind of vaulted cathedral-like enclosure, and they've got the skeleton of a big blue whale just hanging from the ceiling in there. For me, obviously, the trip down the dinosaur alley there was my high point. Beautifully restored skeletons, and then live models, things that have been sculpted a while back or more recently. So a big section there, but they've got a geology section if you're into gems. If you're into natural process, it's a natural history museum. It's like a lot of them in Washington, D.C. They've got a good one there. So any natural history museum that you've been to in the past, the one in New York is a good example. I think the one in New York was modeled largely after this one. I don't know exactly the interactions between the architecture, but if you walk into the Natural History in New York, it's very similar to the one in London. And for me, probably the high point of the whole thing, and there were a lot of high points, but the high point was, if you know at all about fossil records, there's a famous fossil of an Archaeopteryx, a little dinosaur bird. One of the first evidence they had that dinosaurs maybe had feathers, and it's the one where the neck is all bent around backward and the head is like touching the back of the spinal cord when it died. It was in that position. And this is like the famous fossil of the Archaeopteryx. Well, it's there.
and it's in there. It's the room, they call it the Room of Treasures, and it's the most well-known, most valuable artifacts they have in the whole museum. So not just the fossils, but the Archaeopteryx is there. And you can, I mean, obviously it's in a glass case. They don't want people touching it. But you can get your face 6 inches from it. I just had my mobile phone there, just snapping photos of this thing, not more than 6 inches from the actual fossil. And again, you know, in terms of celebrity appearance, if you're into historical old stuff, that was for me definitely a high point. And obviously they've got some good dinosaur stuff if that's what you want to go see. So that for me, I really enjoyed that. But again, almost equally, I enjoy the architect, just walking through the building, looking at the tile under your feet. If you don't know, they've got these tiny, tiny little glass mosaics. Each individual fleck of glass is maybe 1 square centimeter, real small. There are millions of them. I'm not kidding. 6, 7, 8, 10 million. I don't know. They're in the floor, and they do a sort of a Roman mosaic style where they make patterns, and the entire floor of this. What'd you say that entry hall is? An acre, 2 acres? I have no idea. It's
massive,
big room.
50,000 square feet.
Yeah, multiple floors all the way up. And just the way they've done the building itself, and to know that it stood for a century there or longer. I don't know when they built that thing, right around the time of the American Civil War. So 150 years, 100 years. I don't know when they finished the building, finally opened it to the public. And being that it has been there for so long and such an icon, there have been additions and wings and annexes over the decades. And so you can walk down, oh yes, I've seen all of, oh wait, no, I haven't seen all of the hall. And you go in and there's another acre of display. Anyway, you can't see it all. Bonani was good enough to give me 3 hours. I got to see the big things, but on my next trip to London, I'll go back and see the other things again. So yeah, if you get in London, go see the Natural History Museum if you have any interest at all in any of that stuff.
Yeah, 100%. I didn't know I wanted to see it until you took us there, because like you said, the architecture I think stood out just as much as the exhibits, and the entry there is incredibly grand. And it's one of the photos that we posted on our Facebook page because it's super cool. And I do want to rewind a little bit before we even went there, though. While it was pouring down rain outside, you know, Jackson and Ivan had another stylish photo shoot in front of Jackson's, top priority that day, which was Jackson.
The TARDIS. So it was one of 2 police phone boxes left in England. A lot of them are still up in Scotland. So I filled in our little group on history about police boxes, and then I had Ivan take some pictures of me for my Tinder profile, because everyone knows girls love TARDISes, right? And it's just it's instantly enamored. And then when we were walking from that to the Natural History Museum, we had another quotable moment. So we were walking again, it was pouring down rain, and Ivan complained about how the rain was fogging up his glasses and covering raindrops and everything. And about 10 minutes later, he's walking down the road and he says, "I can't see anything." And without skipping a beat, immediately gets like shoulder checked by a police or a street sign, and just goes, like as he just runs straight into this sign without a second pause. Just, "I can't see anything." Bang.
It was just focusing. Jamie's like, "You're doing good." I was like, "I can't see." And then bang.
And then I look at him, and it's just like pure depression. If you look up that word in the dictionary for a photograph, it had Ivan. He was soaking wet. I honestly couldn't see his eyes because the water droplets and fog on his glasses. He's just purely disheveled in every form, and probably feet soaked on a side street in London getting rained on. And we haven't even gotten to, I think, our final destination at that point. So needless to say, it wasn't his finest hour, but it was funny no less. And yes. I will never forget that. And then, as we mentioned, Natural History Hall, you two gentlemen, Jackson and Ivan, broke off. They went over to the Imperial War Museum, and then I served as John's chauffeur through London, walking. And we walked all the way from the museum down to Westminster.
Yeah, we left the Natural History Museum a little bit earlier than you guys. I'll let Jackson see where we went, because it was a cool little gem right in the middle of London.
Yeah, so on the way to go meet up with Christian at the Imperial War Museum, I had checked, there's this website called Atlas Obscura, and anyone who loves traveling needs to check out this website. It's a website where you put in a location and it pulls up all of the weird, off the beaten path kind of one-off cool little tidbits of history or just, culture interest. And, you see all sorts of stuff on there. And one of the things that I saw that was nearby, so the Victoria and Albert Museum, it kind of doubles as a small memorial to the Blitz. So when you're, walking down the road, you start to see kind of pockmarks in the walls of this building, and then you keep going and it just gets so much worse. And so basically this whole side of this museum is just covered in shrapnel damage from the Blitz, and they didn't touch it at all. So, the light posts, the brickwork, the archways, like all of it is just, it looks like a bomb just went off next to it. And they have a nice plaque in one of the walls that says, this damage has been left here as, memorial for the Blitz. And it's very, very moving, considering it's really just bricks missing from a wall. It's hard to wrap your head around that, like, this busy city and modern city at one point was having bombs dropped on it and stuff. And so it's well worth the stop. It's very easy to find. You really cannot miss it. It's on like I think side entrance of the museum. It's well worth visiting if you're going to go be in the area at the Natural History Museum. Yeah,
the pictures that you showed were really cool, and like you said, a modern city that you wouldn't think being bombed, and it's really incredible to see that history that's still there today. John and I didn't see any of that. We stopped by Harrods real quick. I took him in to the department store. Pilgrim on an uncharted land, I felt.
I'd never been to Harrods. It's the closest I saw to a Las Vegas casino. Metropolitan global destination of London, empire of financial power, and they don't have a Las Vegas style casino. Oh wait, Harrods, yes, Harrods, of course. So actually, I enjoyed it. Going up and down the escalators and touring the gift shop. And the perfume, I never smelled nicer. My whole time in the UK, it was never more pleasant than the perfume room there.
We walked out.
Call that? Is that the perfume department? I guess.
Yeah, just a room full of perfume, lots of odors,
and really good-looking people with too much makeup. But selling perfume.
We didn't fit in there, so we just kept. There was no stop. It was kind of a breeze through.
Short, fat, bald little old man just stomping my way through the perfume zone. Sir, okay, if you think it would improve, but it didn't.
Yeah, we hit that and then left, and then it was quite a walk, but we did Buckingham Palace, walked through Trafalgar Square, down to Westminster. Just really great. We kind of hit all the sites, had an opportunity to meet up with Jackson and Ivan at Trafalgar Square. There was a Christmas market there, which was really cool. The Christmas season kicked off, and I think Ivan, out of the week's purchases, your highlight might have been there at Trafalgar Square.
The donuts.
The donuts.
Yeah. We saw this stand. We were really hungry at this point, and you just got the waft of freshly done donuts. It's like, right, we're going in. Yeah, me and Jackson had, I think they were like a tray of 4. I had the Nutella ones. Jackson had the sugar cinnamon ones, and a hot chocolate. And you know what? It was the best food I've had in a long time. It was incredible. And obviously had to get a snap, like professional picture of the donuts with Big Ben in the background. It was picturesque. It was amazing.
Yep. And then we made our way across the Thames. We saw Big Ben, Westminster Abbey, crossed the bridge. And then I believe we hopped on the tube and went back to where our hotel was. And we had dinner at Anchor, which was a very quaint pub with very loud Americans.
Yeah, it was a lovely atmosphere. We got there was a nice gentle buzz of the pub. We were
open mic night.
It's open mic night, but you're more than free to sit upstairs. And upstairs we sat, where we enjoyed our beverages, our food, and then the music began. Everyone hushed. We started to listen to the guy playing the guitar. Jackson realizing he has some fish to try, and at the top of his lungs shouts, "Let me try this fish!" The room goes really quiet and starts looking at us. And I'm like, Jackson, that was really loud. I'm not that loud. It's like, right, we've got to go because we're getting daggers from everyone. So we quietly left and didn't leave Jackson alone for the entire trip.
I'm not that loud.
I'm not that
wasn't
loud.
that loud. I really wasn't.
You really
They
were.
swear I was, but
What we've established, it wasn't the volume, it was the tone.
Yeah.
very small room too, so voice
Yeah.
traveled, I'm guessing.
The guitarist was plucking heavily to try and cover your volume.
But we had a very nice dinner and then we progressed home. And that was the last night John was there. And, you flew out early the next morning.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. I just jumped on the train and headed out to Heathrow and got in the flight. It all worked great.
Said our goodbyes. And then the next day, Jackson and Ivan and I went up to Cambridge area and we visited Duxford, which was too short of a time for what we had to experience. We were running through that museum and I didn't feed them. It was always the next hangar we would get something to eat.
Yeah, so we'll hit this hangar and go to the cafe, and then we'd go to the hangar. It's like, oh, so we'll just hit the next one. It's like, I want my chips. I'm hungry.
Those chips too, I think, were the best I had the whole time
great.
I was there. I was not expecting that.
I'll tell you the truth. Bovington's fish and chips were some of the best I had in country too. The museums do their cafes very well. Good coffee. Always a cold Diet Coke for us. So it was really good. So we flew through Duxford. Literally, we hit everything. The only building that we didn't hit was the conservation area that was open the day after we left. But we got plenty of pictures of armor, aircraft, and we met another docent there. We were in one of the smaller hangars, one of the original hangars from World War II timeframe with the lattice work. And it was very cool. And I walked in after Jackson and Ivan, and I expected school children because they were everywhere there that day. And it was the first time where we actually had a very quiet experience. And we're in a hangar with like 9 Spitfires, a Blenheim, the Sea Vixen, the Buccaneer, Jackson's 2-story bus, Churchill in the corner. We had the whole place to ourselves. And a docent walked in right after I came in, and we struck a conversation with him. And we had the opportunity to get up and close and personal with some of the stuff, especially the Churchill. Jackson got some really good photographs of his bus. But again, another great conversation with an individual that, I think he built models too, if I wasn't mistaken.
He's really into Japanese subjects.
Yes.
Yeah, he said he did Japanese aircraft. That was his thing.
Yeah. And I think I remember his name being Bennett, a super nice gentleman. And, again, all you got to do is ask, and people are super nice about it. We had the opportunity to get up and close and personal with some, and it's just an overwhelming place. We had an opportunity to see the B-17 as well in the other hangar. Got our, pre-mission shot in front of it. But yeah, overall, just another great museum. We had 5 hours there. Not enough time.
Nowhere near enough.
Not enough. You could do 2 days there because it was, again, another museum that was put together. As John mentioned earlier, one of the things I love is reading about the actual vehicle there and where it came from. What's its story? And you could find that with all of them. So that was really cool. And then after that, we made our way back to a very special experience. And maybe Ivan or Jackson will talk about this one.
I can certainly talk about it, but I do want to bring up one thing I'm really glad we got to do right at the end of our trip to Duxford.
Oh, yes.
So we had like 15 minutes to go and do this, but we got to go see they've got the original kind of like war room for like aircraft correspondence that they used during the Battle of Britain. And so you go in and they've got their map tables and they've got their operator stations and everything. And that room was so well done in terms of a museum. They had like either original or re-recorded like correspondence between the operators and the pilots, basically recreating, like what you might see in like a typical air battle or dogfight that was going on. And so, they were corresponding with the fighters, and the fighters go, he shot one down, and they basically had the operator stations light up when like that person was like talking. And then on the wall, they had this projected like footage of the Battle of Britain. And it was just really, really well done. I honestly think that is one of the coolest exhibits I've ever seen in a museum, because the room is like all original stuff. It's like you're just stepping right back into the Battle of Britain. And I wish we had had more than like the 5 minutes that we were able to spend in it before running to get our train.
That sounds amazing. I mean, of all the things to see in London, and it sounds like the list is pretty long. Jackson, I can understand what that experience must have been like, man. I'd definitely put that on my list of destinations if I ever head to London.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, yeah, what JB was saying was our kind of rounding out experience was a nice little champagne experience on the top of the London Eye, getting to look over the skyline.
Very romantic.
Very romantic. It was all couples minus one American family and then us.
We do make a good throuple according to the tour guide.
Yeah.
And I was a little concerned about maybe the way we carried ourselves in that in the pod, but Ivan, I'll let you tell this story.
So JB warns us as we get on, you're going to behave here. You're going to do as you're told and you're going to be good. We get on the pod, it starts going up, champagne starts getting handed out. This American family, the mum decides to let out the largest belch I've ever heard in a public forum. She won't look at anyone in the eye. Me and John are laughing our head off, and I, losing control of the volume of my voice, say, and you were concerned about me. I don't think that helped her self-esteem, but I was laughing for a solid 10 minutes. It didn't ruin the mood. I think it might have ruined the mood for the couple that looked like they were on their honeymoon and sat down all dressed up, but it was fun.
Yeah, it was a good time. It was a lot of fun, and got to talk to some of the people and the guide that we had in the pod as well. So I would highly recommend, if you want to see London in a very unique way, check out the London Eye. One of the things you can do is pay a little bit more for that champagne experience. And, it's the benefit of that is you don't have to wait outside in line. You get a glass of champagne and then you get a private sitting area too. So I think it's a minor step up in cost, but you get a lot of convenience out of it and you can pick your time ahead of time. And it worked out very well. We were coming back from Duxford. We had, a set amount of time. We actually got there a little early. So we grabbed a drink and walked along the Thames. So, and everywhere along, in London and some of the bigger squares, like Leicester Square, there's along the Thames, but near HMS Belfast by the London Eye, there's Christmas markets. So you can certainly go and, do a little shopping, grab a drink, and yeah, no complaints. It was good. I'm good. Yeah. What a way to end the trip, because it was pretty wild. That night was crazy where it's like, okay, well, goodbye. I'll see you online in about 12 hours.
Yeah. I think one thing I want to bring up is something John said. I don't remember what bridge we were crossing. It might have been Tower Bridge. It might have been London Bridge. At some point when we were walking, he had said, it's crazy that we're here walking on this bridge because of plastic models. And that was something that I kept trying to rationalize in my head. I met most of you guys at the start of this year. John, I didn't even meet you until Nats. And it's the fact that we were able to have this completely once we got past Telford and Bovington, really, it became more of just a trip you might do by yourself or, with your significant other, it was just or friends. It was completely unrelated to modeling. And it's crazy that modeling brought us all together. We got to meet each other through that. But then it's a further relationship where, we're all just friends and can go do stuff like that. It's just crazy how the hobby brought us together in that way.
Yeah, I think that's really important to emphasize. It really stuck with me. We were walking across Tower Bridge when John said it. And, Jackson, I didn't really know you a year ago. And I think that's important for our listeners, is that we had this incredible experience with people we didn't even know not too long ago. And it was through the hobby. Fortunately, the Triple P enabling us to connect. It's something special. It's something crazy, on all honesty. And you tell people about it. You're like, oh, who'd you go to London with? You did all this cool stuff. Some random guys I met on the internet that we built plastic models. It's a lot of people can't relate to that. It's something, it's different, and you can't find it many other places.
Well, yeah, even the pod attendant at the London Eye, she was like, how do you guys know each other? And we were all kind of struggling to be like, oh yeah, we all build models and met each other online earlier this year. And now we're, here.
Yeah. Cause we were talking and she was just like, oh, how long when she thought we were a couple. I still tell people we are.
Yeah.
How long have you known each other? And I was just like, less than a year. I'm in London with a friend. I've known less than a year. It's weird, but it's amazing.
Well, and I'd only hung out with you guys in person once, and that was Nationals. Yeah. All of our talk had been online up to that point.
I think I remember thinking that this is the bright side of Facebook. Obviously there are problems there, but Facebook does have a good side to it, and getting not just us in this little conversation here, but all the other guys, Graeme and Luke and Spud, and this whole community of people from all over, not just the UK, but the US, maybe Canada comes in as well. And we all know each other because of the Facebook groups. And so to that end, that was something good to come out of something that can cause some controversy occasionally.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe this is a good point to end on before we, do a round the room kind of wrap up. It's, I would encourage our listeners, if you're interested, reach out. We're more than happy. These are experiences that need to be shared. If you're thinking of going alone, reach out to somebody that's either going to the show, posted about it. You'd be surprised how many great people there are out there that are willing to support, a trip like this. I'm super excited for what next year holds, because I know that there are going to be people part of our group that we don't even know right now. I think, we'll find them in Texas. We'll meet them, whether they've engaged with us online through Facebook, listen to the podcast in any way, shape, or form. We will meet them in Texas and we'll create that friendship. We'll probably meet them again next year at SMC, because I think that's one show that we're going to try to hit in the Netherlands. And then hopefully this Telford experience was so great, I can't wait to go back again. So, I encourage you, if you're a listener and want to be involved and join us for one of these crazy moments, it's cool. I think, looking forward, they have the Band of Brothers tour where you have a tour group and you go throughout, Normandy. Maybe we have a plastic posse type of event where, it's not only the nationals, but the periphery around it. So the museums, the history, the culture of said country or area, I think it'd be really cool. But that's a delusion of grandeur. We'll see if we can get there, but baby steps. So wrapping up, I'd love to go around the room. We'll start with Jackson. One takeaway from the show, final words on the whole experience.
It's going to be really hard to pick just one thing. I know I said it on the pregame live stream, but as expected, the people were amazing. Getting to meet a whole different country's worth of modelers and realizing how just hospitable they are and how grateful they are and just awesome. Like, they were constantly making sure we were okay, and they're just amazing hosts. So getting to meet all those people, getting to meet Spud and Christian and all the others like Dan Brooker, it was just a blast. I think, like I said at the show, in the US we have model shows, it's focused on the models, specifically on the vendors, stuff like that. And the social aspect is just kind of a side effect. I think Telford is set up in a way to where the social aspect is the leading, focus. I think Telford is much more of a celebration of the hobby than it is necessarily like a contest, a model show. So I think that was the probably coolest factor of it for me.
Yeah, very well said. Ivan, what are your thoughts?
I've got to kind of echo what Jackson said. The people, you guys, I'll fully admit, I cried on the train home. And not because I was on public transport, but because I was leaving you lot behind. The people are what make this hobby. Screw the plastic. It's the people you meet and the people you spend the time with. For me, it's just like, don't be sad that it's over. Be happy that it happened. And that's it. And until next time, because next time is not that far away. I know it will come quick. So for me, it's the people. The people make it.
Yeah, very well said. John?
And for me, Maul, so much the same. When we look back on our lives, when we lay on that deathbed and we think about the things we would have done or should have done, we will not care if the landing gear were straight or it was the right tone of Dunkel Gelb. No one cares. It's plastic. Who cares? It's the people you knew. It's the people you knew, the relationships you had. Those will be the things you regret not being able to do again. You get too old, too sick, too weak. You reach a point in your life where going to Telford's no longer really a possibility. I think many of us have parents or siblings that are in that position now. They can't do it anymore. So if you have a chance, and it doesn't have to be Telford, it can be your local show, but get out and be part of the social group. And that's what Telford does, I think, better. Jackson said that, Ivan said that. The social groups are really what Telford is about. And at the end of the day, it is far more important to have friends than to get rid of all the seam lines. And that's my takeaway.
100%. And, I'll just echo the same. In addition to the people, I think one thing that I'll take away from the experience is it actually reminded me a lot of my dad. He might have passed away several years ago, but one of the things growing up, we always talked about attending Telford together. But there were times in the hall where, I had moments of just thinking about what my dad and I would have, talked about, what we've gone seen. I had a chance to meet Adam Tooby, the artist for Airfix. I mean, those were emotional moments because of past memories and what I wish we could have had together. But again, experiencing it was truly special. And it was not only the objects on the table that made it great, but more importantly, the people that brought them there and the people that, we had an opportunity to connect with that'll be lifelong friends. And I cannot wait till, the Nats, where we repay favors, and until we meet again in Telford. I mean, it's been rather incredible, and also just incredibly humbling too. It was a wonderful experience meeting all of our listeners. I can't tell you how much, Ivan and I truly appreciated you coming up and saying hi. It really makes everything worth it at the end of the day. And, your comments, your message, your friendship is incredibly important to us. And we thank you, and we can't wait to see you again. So, with that, maybe I'll end the Telford segment for me. And Scott, we really hope you're there next time, because it's something that's a life-changing experience, in all honesty.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes two of us. Hopefully things work out. Can't wait to, see it through my own eyes. But I want to thank you guys for allowing me to see it through your eyes, both in this forum, but also with all the great photos and the live streams that you did. And I think you guys just did a terrific job really highlighting, the tremendous amount of fun things and good things that can come about because of this community. This is what the Posse's been all about from day one. Anyway, thank you guys so much. And, thanks for allowing us all to see this through your eyes. What an amazing experience.
Yeah, and with that, we'll conclude this special segment on Scale Model World Telford.
It's now time for our next segment, where we were joined by two of the absolutely lovely co-hosts from Black Rifle Model Work IPMS community. Luke Carswell, Graeme Pearson joined myself, Ivan, JB and Jackson for our discussion where we went from Telford to Bovington. Right, so it's an absolute pleasure to bring Luke and Graeme into the chat, both from the Black Rifle Model Works IPMS community group. It was great to have both of them at Scale Model World this year and the Tank Museum down in Bovington. I'm just going to turn the mic over to them to tell us a bit about themselves again for those who aren't familiar with who they are. So, Luke, go ahead.
So, I live in the UK. I live in the Midlands of the UK. I am one of the admin team on the Black Rifle Model Works community group on Facebook. We also have a YouTube channel, of which Ivan is one of our admins as well. And we ended up obviously meeting up with the Johns and Jackson at IPMS, Scale Model World, and what a great time we had. Yeah, it was phenomenal. So yeah, that's who I am. It could get really boring, but I'll let Graeme carry on now.
Yeah, I'm co-admin with Luke on the Black Rifle Model Works, on Luke's founded Black Rifle Model Works community. You hate it when I say that. Yeah, and we were lucky enough to hook up with these guys for 4 amazing days in and around the various modelling related beauty spots of the UK, and it was absolutely amazing.
It was.
So I want to talk about what went into the preparation for Scale Model World for both of you, because it's like a whole year builds up to this massive event, and there was a lot of planning going into this event than usual years. Both of you just tell us about what went into the prep and organising stuff and what the plans were and how you went about it.
I think it kind of grew legs towards the end of the summer, because the Facebook group only really started in the summer. And then as we came to the end of the summer and it was kind of gaining a bit of momentum, and then we knew these guys were coming over from the States. We'd spoken at length with you, Ivan, about what a great time you had at Nats and how you were hosted and how you were welcomed into that community. So very quickly, we kind of decided as a group, for those of us that would go in, that we would try I mean, it's very difficult in the UK to replicate what the US is like, but certainly try and host as best we could. So things like transport, making sure tables were booked for dinner for everyone and all that. So that sort of grew legs as it gained closer. On a personal level, I'd never entered the competition at Telford before, so I didn't build anything specifically for the contest, but what I did do is pick some things and then sort of took them apart, put them back together, rebase them and all that sort of stuff, because I knew I was going to put them on the table. So that was my preparation, really, just trying to make sure everything ran as smoothly as it could, incorporating the trip to Bovington on the Monday. So yeah, that was it.
Yeah, I'm not normally a Telford weekender. I tend to go down on the Saturday. It's about an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes drive from my house. And I tend to go down on the Saturday, do the full day, come home, and then go back again on the Sunday. I've never stayed over for a weekend. I have issues with bars and pubs and stuff sometimes, as we found out on Saturday night. But this year, everything sort of just seemed to fit right, and it just seemed like a good thing to do. And as the time got closer, I started thinking, oh, maybe I could stay over on the Saturday night. And then I wasn't so sure. And then just out of random conversation, myself and Ivan had just had a chat one day in a hangout and sort of suggested that we could possibly later in the year have a trip to the Tank Museum, Bovington. And then a couple of days after that, Ivan mentioned that John and Jackson might want to go to the Tank Museum as well. And Luke said, I could do that on the Monday. And I thought, maybe I could too. And it just sort of ballooned from there. And before we knew it, this massive sort of epic weekend was being planned, and it just sort of all ran away. And then I ended up taking 4 days off work instead of just 2, and staying over, and all kinds of big, brave, big boy stuff. It was just brilliant. I think this year was the biggest buzz I've had about going to Telford. I've always been excited about going because it's great, but I've never, ever buzzed like I was this year about just the anticipation was just fantastic. And it proved well-founded as well.
Yeah, a question for me I'd love to ask is, you talk about that buzz, the buildup of the buzz. When we got there Friday, it started to hit me. Like, when was that moment, when you thought like, okay, it's real. We're here. This is happening. Holy cow. And maybe Luke, I'll let you start with that.
For me, so my Telford started on the Thursday. And the reason for that was that Mr. Al McNeish, who's one of our admins on the group, he lives right at the tip of Scotland at Lossiemouth. So it's a long way for him to come. By UK standards, it's not by US standards. It's a long way for him to come. So he arrived at my house because I only live sort of 45 minutes from Telford. So he arrived sort of late afternoon on Thursday. And for me, that was the moment. That was like, okay, it's real now. This is happening. Yeah. And then it just went from there. We were out for dinner Thursday night, up early to meet these guys for breakfast Friday. And Thursday was the day for me that I was like, okay, packing everything in the car. And that, as you worded it last time, John, the hype was real then. It was happening. So yeah, that was the moment for me.
Yeah, the Thursday night. What I likened Thursday night to was going to bed the night before a holiday as a kid, get a vacation. I always used to get dead excited about that, and it was this buzz because I knew I was getting up early because I had to drive all the way to somebody's house to collect him and transport him around the country, and the style he's become accustomed to. So I was leaving at like 4 o'clock in the morning, something daft like that, to drive up to Ivan's house. So I was early to bed on the Thursday, and I didn't sleep much, really, to be honest. I was just stuff whizzing around in my head. And then getting in the car in the dark in the morning and heading off up the road to Preston that was it now. I was listening to a back episode of the Triple P on the way up, and it was just, everything felt great. And it was just, yeah, we're doing it now. This is it. And then as soon as the little cherub jumped in the car beside me, that was it. We were off.
That's probably when it became real for Ivan as well, I bet.
Yeah, it was weird because I was working so much beforehand. I didn't really have time to enjoy the buzz. because I think I was on like a 9-day run at work. So I was more thinking, I can't wait for that to end than for Telford to begin. I was up really late the night before. Even Graeme was like, you need to go to bed right now. I was like, I've not packed yet. It turns out I overpack. Yeah, it were great. Graeme turned up at like 7:30, and yeah, we met Luke and Al at about 9, 9:30ish, about then, yeah. And that moment of respite became, it's like, oh, it's all happening now. This is really cool. And yeah, it was literally non-stop from there. Like, it was just a big blur, a big buzz, because there's never a moment of just relaxing to think about everything. So once Telford began, once Scale Model World began on the Saturday, you guys get in at 9 o'clock. What's the first thing you thought? I know you've been there before, but what's the first thing you thought when you got into the venue again?
For me, it was before we actually got into the venue. So we obviously met you guys in the hotel for breakfast. The queue was what really sort of, I've been to every Scale Model World since 2016 was my first one. And I've never seen a queue like that. I've never seen it that long. That sounds wrong. But we were queuing, and the IPMS organisers, was credit to them, because what they were actually doing was going along the queue and dishing out wristbands to members prior to you actually getting to the door of the venue. And that worked really well, because once those doors opened, the queue moved very, very quickly. So that was like my first, this is going to be awesome because it's busy. Yeah, that was my first moment. And then as soon as we were in there, it's just kid in a sweet shop mentality. Really. Yeah, so the queue was the first indication for me of what a great time it was going to be.
Yeah, I haven't been for a few years. And obviously last year was a lot smaller than usual. And it was walking back in at 9 o'clock and hearing the buzz, even at 9 o'clock, was that, this is it. It's on again this year. It's definitely going to happen. Because it could have been a total flop. But seeing the size of the queue, as Luke says, and then just getting in and hearing that there's it's a weird way to describe it. There's just a buzz in that hall, whether it's the acoustics in there or whatever, but there's something, it just sounds like Telford. It just sounds like the show. And that was like, we're here again and we're off. So that was it then. I knew it was game on, and happy days.
I don't know if you guys would agree, because you've been there a few times now. Telford, the venue and the show, it has a smell. And I mean a good smell, not some of the smells we smelled.
There's many smells around that bit.
Yeah, it's got a sense. It's like, where if you were blindfolded, you'd know you were there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's got a whole, is it an atmosphere about it or a feel to it? And coming with that is the smell, the noise, I don't think you can actually put it into words, but you're at Telford. And that was missing a little bit last year. But this year it was back with a vengeance. It was great to see.
Yeah, definitely. I know what you mean. I hadn't thought of it before, but yeah, it's like old cardboard and glue. There's just this fog about it.
You ask a really interesting question, Ivan, and I think it's really important to talk about. And I'm curious to see how you feel at the IPMS Nationals, because IPMS Nationals travels around every year, and it's a little different. It's got a different vibe. There's a different, club hosting it. So it has their own personal flavor, where I'm curious the next time I go back to Telford to get that feeling, that, sight, sound, smell, all those sensory overload for that matter, and having it familiar from once before. So curious to see how you take it away from the IPMS Nats. Because again, it's a little different in that regard. There was certainly a buzz, like you said. And maybe even though I haven't attended Telford before, I've watched enough videos and seen enough pictures to have a familiarity with the place. And that was, proven right true as soon as I walked in the door, especially on Saturday. The black walls, the, even down to kind of the SIG displays, how they orient the room, how they have the competition, like all those things were familiar to me because I'd seen them so long, before. And the catwalk is another area. You get up there and you see a sense of scale of the facility. And it really just speaks volumes to the health of the hobby, the health of the show, and, how well it's ran and why people want to go because of that type of atmosphere that's created there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think when we sneaked in on the Friday evening, that was interesting in itself. But as we were walking around and getting to sort of meet people that we hadn't seen for ages, and I remember standing talking to somebody at one of the club tables, and then I looked round and I saw you three up on the gantry doing a video or something, and I could see Ivan was getting all excited, and it was just like, yeah, this is Telford. Ivan's bouncing around in front of a camera, so we're happy. It's all so familiar, but I get what you mean about it moving to different venues where we know where the shops are, we know where the car park is, we know where everything is because we've just been there so many times. And I think it's a good thing It is for the UK because, it could be anywhere and people are going to have to travel roughly the same distance. It's not like America where it's a huge epic journey to get to somewhere. So I think having it in the same place every year is an ideal thing, to be honest, because everybody knows where everything is and it just works because it's been set up that many times. And little things that get sorted out every year, like the guys coming out and handing out wristbands and stuff. I think that's the first time they've ever done that, but it worked. I went to drop something in the car, turned around and the queue had gone. Everybody just went in. When normally that would take sort of half an hour to clear the queue. It was fantastic.
Yeah. I think from memory, that's the first time they have done that, where they've kind of gone along the line, dishing out wristbands and stuff. It works. So long may that continue.
Yeah, I'd love to go back just to what you said, Grant, about the facility, being familiar with the area as well. First time being there, outsider. I will say that I think that the setup that the show has in terms of not only the venue, but the surrounding area is a modeler's paradise. We stayed at the Premier Inn right up the road. It's a 5-minute walk. There's plenty of places to eat. It's clean. It's nice. There's a great atmosphere, even outside the hall. We were walking down the street and running into people and chatting to them, literally meeting them from Denmark or Israel at breakfast. So the whole setup, I implore listeners, if you want to have a trip of a lifetime to a show that you'll never forget, I would put this on your calendar because it'll deliver that, not only at the venue, but outside. And you'll run into us and other people that are attending that show. So I'm sold to come back just for that, knowing that it's all right there. You don't have to drive anywhere. You don't have to worry about, you park your car once or twice and you're there for, 48 hours of pure modeling nirvana.
It's interesting to get your view on it because obviously you don't know the venue, you don't know the area. And I think you're absolutely right that whoever picked that venue originally has picked it to be exactly what you said. It's in exactly the right place. It's in the middle of the country, so everyone's journey time is roughly the same. Plenty of hospitality type places around it, and the whole of the town centre really, I think for the weekend, it was all Scale Model World. Every pub, every restaurant, there were big groups at tables, and they're all modelers. They're all there for the show. And I think it might have been Jackson that said it, and he said it's like a celebration of modeling. And I think that's a really good way of describing what it is, and certainly what it was this year for sure.
Yes, the location of it. I don't remember it being like that my first visit. So it's become such a good social hub for everything. And I do think we need to give a shout out to Premier Inn for the breakfast. That was really good. I know everyone really enjoyed that. So,
breakfast.
Oh, great breakfast. I do want to talk about bringing your models to the shows. And I know, Graeme, you didn't this year, and you will be next year because we're making you. But how did you guys all manage that and deal with the transportation of? I know, Luke, you brought a really big model, so transporting things like that really risky. How do you go about doing that? And John, you flew 13 over, I think. So yeah, just tell us about that.
Carefully. The only way. Yeah, I have moved. Obviously, I played 40K, so I move stuff all the time, but it doesn't matter as much if you get to the gaming centre and the arms falling off your dreadnought or whatever. Is what it is, glue it back on. But when you're taking stuff to go on a competition table, there's certainly an anxiety attached to that, moving that stuff around. And thankfully there were no mishaps, but I did have a first aid kit with me with 3 different types of glue, tweezers, scalpel blades, the whole lot in there. But considering that I travelled 45 minutes and these guys flew across the Atlantic with their models, I think I haven't got anything to complain about, to be honest. So yeah, carefully would be the way I would describe it.
Yeah, along the same lines, just very carefully. And I hit on this a little bit in our segment in this episode, actually. Very straightforward for me, following Jackson's kind of approach too. Armor, I think, lends itself to a lot easier transportation than aircraft. I don't envy someone that's bringing a large, delicate aircraft. Armor are essentially small boxes that you can put into a larger box. And I was fortunate enough to, I think I did cram 13, and then I brought Dan Brooker's M4 improvised back as well. So essentially I had 2 carry-ons full of models, but all survived. I have them out on the desk next to me. No issues, which is great. Actually, one little thing, but it actually happened on the way there, just, minor mishap, but easily fixed. And I think the important thing is just going through TSA. Again, all goes back to respect. You're nice to them, they're nice to you. If they're inquisitive, be open about it. Oh yeah, I have models in here. Would you like to look? And it's a very straightforward process. Some of the most stressful times are not really through TSA, but as I mentioned before in this segment, it's like transitioning from the aisle of the aircraft into your seat, but then also surviving the London tube with them as well. So that was quite a journey, especially on the day I was leaving. I wake up and I'm like, okay, the weather channel says it's going to be nice tomorrow, so I'm good. And then I wake up and it's pouring down rain. I'm like, well, let's see how this goes. So, walked a good couple 100 yards to the tube station, got drenching wet. Box was covered in water. But again, no issues, and let's be honest, if there were issues, it's not a big deal anyway. But, it was pretty straightforward, pretty easy. I do think it was funny when we were pulling in on Friday. I think Ivan thought half of his stuff wasn't there. So that was a minor moment of panic for Ivan. And it was pretty funny to see him, his bleach white face go, oh my gosh.
Where's my cardboard box? Where is it?
I must have it.
I haven't brought it with me. There. Relax, it's there.
Everything that you brought is here, so just calm down.
Although I didn't bring anything myself, I did arrive at Ivan's house, and Ivan doesn't travel light. Just no. It's never an easy packing task when Ivan's around. So he turned up on the doorstep with like box after box, and I've just got one more to get. And so I was loading all these into the back of my car, and then he presents this exquisitely finished Tomcat in an open box, held in with a couple of cocktail sticks, and I thought, we've got 200 miles to go with this. I'm not all that confident. So it ended up sitting on the back seat of the car. So I was very aware of it. And all the way down, I was nice and steady. There was no heavy braking. If I came up to a roundabout that was a bit steep, I was just giving him a warning. He was just putting his hand back to steady it, and it was all good. And then we met Luke and Al for breakfast. And as we pulled out of the pub restaurant that we'd stopped at to then head to Scale Model World, head to Cosford, sorry. I was quite excited, and there was a gap in the traffic, and I went for it rather quickly. And there was this clunk came from the back seat, and I just went, oh no, sorry, mate. Luckily, there was no damage. But
so it's all good.
The F-14 went skidding across the back seat and hit the door. Oops, sorry.
That's a good point. You've reminded me. I need to go back in time. We all went to Cosford.
We did.
And I think we've all been there quite a few times, and it's still a really impressive museum.
Yeah, it is. It is. Well, say we all went. John didn't make it.
No, they were in traffic coming from London. They took the zigzag.
There was a large posse of us went to see what I did there. Went to Cosford. That was because that was the weekend coming together, wasn't it? Because the people we were going to spend the weekend with were all sort of arriving in drips and drabs as they travelled down, and they were waiting for John and Jackson and John to arrive. And it was that was all part of the anticipation, because every half hour there was somebody else turning up. And it is a really good museum. It really is good. It's the first time I've been for a long time without the model show there as well. And it just with the model show there, it's always good, but it's nice to not have all the tables in the way so you can get up close and personal to a lot more of the exhibits. But yeah, cracking place.
Yeah, and it's the first time I've been to Cosford. I've been many times, but it's the first time I've been with people who share that kind of genuine, deep-seated interest in the subject matter. And a couple of the people that are with us, Al McNeish, Ben, like their knowledge about these aircraft is phenomenal. And I learned so much. I mean, I'm not really an aircraft guy, but I learned so much because you're walking around with these people that, they know these aircraft inside out. It was such a great time that I learned loads.
I have to give a shout out for Ben, actually. I mean, I know Al knows his stuff, but Ben just came out of nowhere, and it was so casual, all this stuff that he was saying. was just so off the cuff, like just spilling out. And he just didn't seem fazed that he was just expunging all this like wonderful in-depth knowledge of this stuff that he had. And I just, where did this come from? But it was fantastic. Like you say, I learned so much. It was brilliant. And I also learned that big helicopter's not Russian, but there you go.
Oh, you know what I was just about to mention? We can't forget your... Yeah, we can't forget your knowledge of the Sikorsky Pavlo Russian helicopter.
So to explain that,
it was a Hind.
As Graeme said, so throughout the sort of afternoon, really, people were arriving in sort of dribs and drabs. And Cosford's quite a big place. So they were putting our group chat, you know, where you guys at or whatever, and we give them a location next to an aircraft, and they kind of find where we were. And one of the guys, Dougie, messaged and said, "Where are you guys?" And Graeme was like, "We're by the Hind." There's no Hind at Cosford. We were stood next to Pablo. That's where that comes from.
That's a great story.
Classic mix-up.
It's all the learning curve for me.
Yeah, Cosford's a great museum. I had the opportunity to go about, 17 years ago now. But they had opened the new section, I think, right around that time, where they had the Valiant and the Victor. And I think they have all 3 V bombers in there, painted in anti-flash white. I know there's at least a Valiant. So it's a gorgeous museum. I love how the Lightning's going full vertical. And I'm a big fan of the TSR too. So I enjoy seeing that whenever I can. And I know I think they have one of the earliest marked Spitfires too. And I remember talking to the docent when we were there, and they leave the canopy open because of the radon coming from the gauges to let it vent. So just a really great museum, and seeing what is it? ME410, I think, is there too.
Yeah.
Massive aircraft, and, you know, just really, really cool. Just again, a well-run museum. I will give the British a lot of credit. Your museums are a lot better than ours. I think, you know, even at the smaller level, they're really good and tell a really good story, and always impressed with it.
Well, I've no complaints over Wings Over Rockies. That's a very well-run museum.
Well, you have to come back. You're going to be a resident, so you can be a docent there.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm back in 9 months.
So yeah, I do miss, you know, sad that we didn't get to go to Cosford, but didn't matter. It was a minor, I wouldn't even say a minor blip. It wasn't even a blip. We were having a good time with John Bryan in his car, and got a chance to meet you all in the lobby of the Premier Inn, kind of sensory overload. It's one of those moments where, you know, you think back, and there's sometimes you just don't remember it happening. You know, it could be even meeting your wife, for crying out loud, or meeting a really close friend, where it's really tough to remember that first time because there was so much going on. It was like exciting. It was sensory overload. Everybody, at least for us, like, I feel like I met 6 or 7 people in that lobby, or, you know, saw people that Ivan, John, like, it just boom, 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 boom. And, you know, a lot happened in that space in about 10 minutes. That's all just purely a blur. But I know that it teed up, you know, a great discussion and a great friendship that'll last a lifetime.
Absolutely.
Don't you think that sometimes when these things happen, that, as we've mentioned before, we're all spread out all over the world, really. And I mean, we've never met before. I know you and Ivan have spent some time together once in the past, but all these people that come together that live in different lives, different worlds, and then only know each other through social media and sticking plastic together. But there's never any awkwardness when we meet for the first time. It's just like you've been friends for years, and the conversation's flowing, and within seconds everybody's relaxed and chilled out. There's no uncomfortable, awkward sort of feet shuffling introductions or anything. It's just straight into the friendship. It's brilliant. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, I'll second that. I mean, I'll be honest. So Ivan and Graeme, I've known them for years, but meeting you guys, so I've listened to the Triple P for a long time, but I'll be completely honest, I had a little bit of, I don't know whether nervousness is the right word, because in my head, like, you guys on the Triple P are like top of your game. And then all of a sudden there's me turning up at the Premier Inn in Telford, and I'm like, this could be a bit awkward. But as soon as we walked through that door into that lobby, all those feelings just disappeared. Straight away, it was like we'd known each other for years and years and years, and that was the sort of thing we did every weekend. You know, there was no awkwardness. The conversation flowed straight away, even though we're in the lobby of a hotel, people are trying to check in. we managed to pick a hotel that you couldn't drive to. Alan McNeish was like in a taxi rank somewhere in my cars. But yeah, all those feelings disappeared straight away, and it was fantastic time.
I want to talk about the competition, not actually entering it, just what you thought of it and the general standard of it, because it was big. It was bigger than I thought it was going to be. What did you think of the actual overall competition, how it's run, the standard, the layout, the lighting, just everything about it?
As a non-entering person, as purely spectator of the competition, I think I paid a lot more attention to it this year than I have done previously. But the standard was absolutely top draw right the way across the board, I think. Some of the categories, yours, for example, your Desolate, honestly, but then you look at that whole table, and it was just amazing. And the one that took gold, just to pip you, Luke and I looked and just went, well, now it's going to beat that, because it was just incredible. But the standard was so high. It was amazing. And plaudits to you there, because to take a silver off that was just amazing, because everything was just top dollar on that table. It was fantastic. But I think right across, and Luke's all placed well as well. Just how, I don't know, because everything else was just so awesome, to be quite frank. There was a really high standard this year, I thought. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, really. I think the standard across all categories seemed to have elevated, if that's the right word. That, in previous years, you've looked around and maybe there'd be, 4 or 5, 6 maybe builds that really kind of stood out, catch your eye as you're walking around that competition area. This year, almost every build, you're like, wow, that's incredible. I certainly didn't envy the judges having to pick. It was phenomenal. The lighting, I think, and I may get shot down by others. So when the competition has been in the mezzanine, which is above the venue, the lighting has always been an issue in there. I think in that mezzanine. In the hall, you're never gonna, unless you sort of bespoke fit lighting for the competition area, you're never going to get perfect lighting in the venue. You're just not. But I think the lighting works much better where it is in the hall than it ever did in the old mezzanine area. And it was massive. There was a lot of entries there, a lot of entries. I spent a lot of time in there. Like Graeme said, I was paying a lot of attention to it this year, which I haven't in previous years, really, which is my own fault. So I should have, because people are taking the time to build stuff and put it on the table. But the standard was incredible. It really was. Yeah,
I'll echo those comments. I've heard a lot about Telford, good and bad, I guess you could say. But I'll be honest, the work on the table, it wouldn't look out of place at the IPMS Nationals. It even exceeded it in some cases. It's really crazy how good this stuff was, and particularly the aircraft. Anything on that table could easily come to the IPMS Nationals and compete. There were some aircraft there that the ones that I love the most were the category, I don't know if they were grouped together or not, they essentially open panel aircraft. Those were unbelievable. There was I think it was a MiG-21. It was in Middle Eastern markings that stuck out to me as a gorgeous air, just really well executed. There was an F-16 as well that I thought it was amazing. It had multiple panels open to see the avionics and, all the wiring and support structure within the fuselage and wings. I just really, really well done, really well presented. And it was like that, like you said, in every category. The figures stuck out. There were some there that they looked lifelike. I took a picture of one of them. It stood out as just purely, it looked real. I don't know what the person's name was. I think it was a World War I British officer. Just absolutely fantastic work up and down the sci-fi, ships, aircraft armor. The Lancaster that we got to meet the builder, Carl, super nice gentleman. Again, a stunning piece. It was big. It was well executed. Honestly, it could sit in a museum, for crying out loud, because it was that good. And, I would love to see some of that work make it across the pond to America. I think, a lot of stuff there wouldn't be out of place at the IPMS Nationals and would help out the show, bring in, diverse subjects, diverse people, and just really spread the love of the hobby. Nothing bad to say about the competition whatsoever. Only good stuff. And the modelers, they have a lot to be proud of for what they brought. I took a lot of pictures of the competition hall. I wish I could have taken more. It was constantly buzzing with people. And I'll also note, I really enjoyed that they make you take your backpack off, because there's no need to have a disaster.
Yeah, there's been enough of them at past shows. I think strict rules came in place, and it works. Last thing you want is someone's model or an entire table of models getting swiped off a table.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So we've gone to the competition, but I want to know what you guys bought at the traders.
Well, not much as it goes. Certainly not as you. I'm
Carrying all his stuff.
looking over my shoulder where the purchases are.
What's mine is yours.
No. But the majority of the purchases I made were prior to Telford. So when we met at Cosford and we're in the car park, we're like swapping kits and all that stuff. So that was the majority of the big stuff I bought. Traders wise at the show, I bought some consumables, I bought some paint masks and that sort of stuff. But actual big purchases, I didn't really make any other than a map kit, because we found a particular trader that was selling those at crazy cheap prices. So you'd be a fool not to, really. So yeah, that was it for me. I didn't make any real massive purchases.
No, me neither. Yeah, a few kit swaps in the car park. I'd bought a kit off of Adam, who brought that down to Cosford, Italeri Wessex. And then at the show, literally all I bought was some Infini Sanders and a couple of VMS products, and that was it. I didn't buy anything else. There's nothing that I needed. There was no need for me to buy anything. I was just there for the good time, basically. Didn't need anything this year. I had willpower, Ivan.
Now, Ivan, what did you buy at the show?
I think it's right. I didn't actually buy much. It just happens to be that what I bought was rather large. A lot of it was swaps. Turns around and looks at the pile behind him.
Yeah, a bit, to be fair.
Right. The things I actually bought: 1/16th Sherman, 1/16th utility truck, 2 Rubicon LVTs, a Mac kit, a Tasker M4. And I think when it comes to purchases, that's actually it.
Yeah. And one small green hold all to put it all in.
That was filled with my beauty products.
He was the best smelling guy at the show.
Without
Bar wasn't set very either, was it?
Oh, geez. Yeah. You know, what was great, we talked about it earlier, was checking out of the hotel, and he's like, well, this pillow bag's mine now.
Yeah. So the Spur pillows are usually on the wardrobe. They come in a Ziploc bag. I really needed a bag, so that bag became mine. The problem is it exploded in Weymouth, and all my stuff was just all over the floor. Everyone's going to hear this story twice now, but it's hilarious. It was helpful. It was just overloaded. It's designed for pillows, not octo jigs and gin.
And don't forget, you bought VMS as well.
Yes, I did.
And then did you get any groundwork stuff? Because that was the one thing I enjoyed, is all the stuff for groundwork for dioramas.
No,
the terrain stuff.
A lot of great traders there selling that mini nature stuff, and I didn't buy any of it. The only thing I got for ground is VMS Smart Mud, which is like slightly damp cake. Do not eat it. But no, I didn't get anything for diorama, and I really should have, because the selection there was like the best I've ever seen at any show.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of that stuff there, and I probably should have bought some. But I was put on, I think you guys went there whilst you were in London. Martin Drayton pointed me in the direction of 4D, and I've been looking at their stuff, and to be honest, that's going to be my go-to for that sort of stuff. It's a phenomenal company and a phenomenal website, and you guys are lucky enough to go to the store in London. So yeah, that's definitely on my list of a place to visit for sure.
Yeah, Jackson hit that up while he was there a little bit after we had left, and the photographs there look really great. It's just a quaint little shop too, you know, seeing where it's located and everything that they provide. The trees they do are exquisite. I mean, I would love to have been able to buy a couple, because that's always the hardest thing. So
Yeah,
I echo your comments, Luke.
Yeah, and yeah, they've got guides on their website, and they give you basically like a shopping list of all the products they use so you can either buy the tree pre-made, or you can start to your own spec depending on what you're using it for. So yeah, but yeah, there's a lot of groundwork stuff there. I should have bought some really.
Yeah. What I appreciated about the traders too, I thought everyone at the hall took card. There wasn't many, it was a preference towards card, and I always like that because plastic doesn't take up a lot of room. It's always easy to give a swipe or a tap. So that was beneficial. And just the diversity of products too. I mean, I bought Adam Tooby's artwork. I bought terrain material. I bought paint. I bought mud that's like cake. So just a plethora of stuff. The one thing I do regret not buying was the new Comet. I think that was the one thing that stuck out as something that I should have bought. It was 45 pounds, which I think is a pretty good deal for that kit. Marcus Nichols was kind enough to show us his, and it sold me right there. You know, I wasn't that hot about the kit, but seeing it in person, seeing how he executed on it, I was like, this is really, really well done.
I've just started listening to the latest drop of the Triple P because I'm a deputy sheriff, am I? Something like that. So
you're a Patreon supporter. Yeah,
I get it early. Yeah, support the Triple P on Patreon, people. And Jim, who's on there this week, is singing loudly about the Comet and how good he says the kit is. It does look very pretty.
Yeah, mine arrived this morning.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and it does look really nice.
It's Tammy. It's going to be a good kit, innit? It can't not be a good kit.
I won't be building it for a while, but I've got it.
So, with purchases out of the way, not that you bought much, were there any standout SIGs or clubs that really, really got your attention? We've all said the same one. But
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think for clubs and SIGs, to just make the effort to put on a display, you know, hats off to all of them really for taking the time. It's not an easy thing to organise, to get everything there and everything else. We've talked about transporting models and how problematic that can be at times. But for me, without a shadow of a doubt, the table of the show was Four Corners. Like that stuff, there wasn't a bad build on there. They were all, in my mind, and it's my wheelhouse anyway. It's armor, it's diorama, it's all of the stuff that I love, and it's every single build there was exquisite. It really was, and the way it was presented, it was so uniform in its presentation, and it just drew you to it. It was like the magnet of the show for me. I kept going back because there's so much going on that display that you go back the third, fourth, fifth time and see stuff that you've missed. You know, it was just phenomenal the way they did it. And we're going to have a stand next year at Scale Model World. And for me, it was really inspirational to see how it can be done and done so well. Not that the standard of the builds would be the same, but just the way it was done. Very clean. You know, it was just, it was exquisite. It really was.
The experience going to their table.
Yeah. And every single person behind their stand was more than happy to engage with people. You know, there was no smoke and mirrors. They tell you exactly how they did stuff. It was just, it was a real good experience to go to their stand, which is why I kept going back to it, I guess.
It was really an amazing table. The other one that stood out for me, and maybe it's just because I'm a little bit sort of on that perspective trail at the minute, was the Tornado SIG. I thought there was some cracking models on there, really good, because I was half thinking about building a Tornado before I got there, and then I saw a good few of the builds on there, and there was some crackers on there, really good. I mean, a lot of the SIGs were good, to be honest, but that Tornado one just stood out for me.
And again, all of the guys and girls on the Tornado SIG are more than happy to engage with you and talk about the kits, and, you know, don't follow the instructions on how to build the kits, whether it be a 48th, a 32nd, whatever. I built the GR1 last year. I bought it at Telford last year. You know, I made sort of a beeline for the Tornado SIG to say, right, how do I put this thing together? Because, you know, it's not the best of kits. And they couldn't be more helpful. And throughout the build, I was in conversation with a lot of the people from that SIG and sending them pictures. And they're like, no, don't do it like that. Do it like this. Yeah, really helpful.
Yeah, and I'd just echo that for all the other SIGs. You know, some of them certainly stood out to me, and I talked about it earlier in the segment, but it's universal. Everyone at every SIG was very open, very, you know, like you said, no smoke and mirrors, here to have a great time. And those conversations were both around the technique. So, you know, Four Corners was a great place to learn, like, this is master class. How do you achieve that? Where other SIGs focused on, you know, as you mentioned, the Tornado. So discussing the kit itself, understanding the problem areas, understanding, you know, what to look out for, what's great, what's not, where can you find decals for it? I was in another SIG that talked about, the U.S. Air Force SIG. They discussed a lot around, what aircraft the Air Force flies and displaying those. And the one SIG that I also mentioned earlier is the aerobatics team. They, highlight a demo team, their history, the aircraft they've flown, and help tell that story, through scale modeling. And I think that's something that's super unique to Scale Model World that you can't find anywhere else. And it kind of hits all those major things that we love as modelers: the history of the actual vehicle, the kit itself, and how to build and, accomplish something great and put it on the table. And then also, the techniques to support building that kit and putting it on the table. So there's a conversation for everyone that enters that hall. So if you have an itch, you can certainly scratch it and spend a lot of money too.
Certainly. So for you two, what was the highlight for just Scale Model World, not the entire weekend, just Scale Model? What was the highlight for you two?
I mean, the show itself was phenomenal. The work and just the interaction, as we talked about, between the SIGs and the clubs and everything else. But without a shadow of doubt, the highlight for me was hanging out with you guys. That made the show. And without doubt, the best Telford experience I've had, and the best experience in the hobby, I think, that I've had to date, is to just hang with like-minded people. And the conversation didn't always surround the hobby. We were talking about everything across the board, and it was just so natural. It was so flowing. As I said, from the moment we met in the hotel lobby, it's like we're old friends, and it was an absolute pleasure just to spend the weekend with everyone, really. So that was the highlight for me. I've been on a bit of a downer this week, to be honest, because I was just like, real life sucks. I want to go back to Scale Model World and do that all the time. But yeah, that was.
I would echo that. But something that's I'm quite passionate about, and I've sort of harped on about quite a lot, certainly recently. Stand out for me, this is going to come as a shock to some people when I say this, but was Airfix. I am gobsmacked at how much of a sea change that company seems to be making. That Spitfire looks absolutely tremendous. The Anson is beautiful. The molding on that is exquisite. I know somebody who does some work for Airfix, and he was singing the praises of the new starter kits that they're putting out, the little 1/72 starter kits, which for a long time now, I've said that Airfix need to up the game on that, because there are people going out and buying starter kits because they hear the brand Airfix, they want to try a model, they're buying starter kits, they're made from 1960s knackered molds, they don't fit. That's no introduction to the hobby, and Airfix need to take responsibility for that as a brand, and they seem like they've done it with this new range of kits they're putting out. From all the chatter that I heard around the show, that looks like they've done it. And that was, as much as all these fantastic builds that I saw, I think my passion is bringing new people into the hobby, and Airfix are the ones that's going to do that. And it looks like they're actually going to do it. I'm well chuffed to see all that happening.
Yeah, I'll double down on that, Graeme. I thought their stand, their presentation, high marks. Absolute first rate, first class operation. You mentioned the Spitfire. Ivan and I walk up to it. First off, I didn't think the Spit was that big, and I got confused with Ivan. We thought it was a Tamiya kit sitting on there because it was that crisp. It looked that good. And then when we went and looked at the Anson up close, I'm telling you, Tamiya quality. If it assembles half as good as it looks on the sprue, modelers are in for a treat, because the way they did the fabric on the wings, the texture of the rivets, the big, greenhouse canopy. I thought the models that were very well built, just really told that story. The yellow one was fantastic.
Yeah. A company's done well when it convinces armor builders to build an Avro Anson. It's not the type of aircraft you draw people in with. It's a very obscure sort of aircraft. It's not a Spitfire. It's not a Hurricane. It's not a 109. And they've give it so much love and attention. Everyone was crowded around it. We spoke to the designer for God knows how long, and you can see just how much love and attention has gone into the production of that kit. And yeah, it was like standout. I know the kit was already out at that point, but the standout release from the show, because it looked astonishing.
Yeah, and I think with Airfix, it's particularly in the UK, it's such a synonymous brand. Airfix is British. It is. And we all want Airfix to do well. And we want them to leap, into the 21st century and be producing top quality kits. And fingers crossed, from what we saw that weekend, it seems like they're really up their game, and long may that continue. And yeah, I'll be building that new Spitfire, and I'll be building the Anson as well. Yeah,
I take that back. One of the other regrets from the show, not buying an Anson, because they were there and I should have got one. Again, the display at Airfix, it was going back and even seeing Adam Tooby there, and he had the box arts in print that you could buy. I mean, it told the whole story. And like you had mentioned, Graeme, people are going to get into this hobby, and Airfix is going to be that conduit. And the way they're doing it right now, it's knocking it out of the park. And major kudos to their professional marketing team there as well. Every person we talked to, extremely respectful, extremely passionate about their work, the work of Airfix. They really created a great atmosphere, a great vibe around their product, their brand, and certainly told the story of it at the show. And I also got to thank them. They don't have to go to Scale Model World. And the same goes for manufacturers that come to the IPMS Nationals. I am grateful that they choose IPMS events to be their conduit to the market, to be that launching place for a new product, to tell the story, to show people what they're going to have coming out. It's just great. And I think it really shows the strong relationship between the society and manufacturers. And again, a huge thank you to them for that, because it adds to the experience. Telford Scale Model World, I will always share, one of the best stands there, Airfix, got to go see it. It's a stop. And it was really great seeing all their kits there too. The lineage of, the smaller scale, older kits and what they've gone. And you can even see the progression and evolution of their design, quality, and just, again, overall kit being what it is today. And the Anson is probably the pinnacle of that right now, maybe.
I would agree. Here's a borderline controversial question. Was there anything from Scale Model World you would like to improve on this year?
I'll answer that.
Hey.
The show itself, phenomenally well run. IPMS do a great job running the show. The issue comes between the venue security and the IPMS marshals, because they don't seem to communicate with each other. And that was proven on the Friday. So for those that don't know, Friday afternoon from 4 p.m. Friday afternoon, if you're entering the competition, you can take your entries into the venue on the Friday afternoon and put them on the table, so that basically you can empty your car and all that sort of stuff. So we did that. So we spoke to security, the venue security, and they went, yeah, you need this entrance. So we take all the carefully packed models out of the car, walk across, and then IPMS are at the door and say, no, it's not this entrance, it's the other one, which is like halfway around the building. So just that communication between the venue security and the IPMS marshals would solve every single issue for people that need access. Yeah, other than that, no issues at all, really.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think it was Saturday morning we had an issue. We had our wristbands on, we had our media passes, but it was the venue staff who said, no, you've got to join the back of the line now. It's like, no, not doing that. And yeah, it's only when we actually got to the front, the actual IPMS marshals was like, yep, go straight on in. So like I say, it's just that little bit of communication, but apart from that, couldn't fault it.
I'm really trying to think. And it's those little things that you just mentioned, Luke and Ivan. And as you mentioned, it's a minor blip on the radar. If we got to pick something, we'll pick this, because, it is an area of opportunity. That said, I mean, it was a clean facility. I mean, the bathrooms were even clean. They were, the food and the drinks available on site there. What I appreciated was the ample seating in the one hall where you could sit at a table with people. There was a bar there, for crying out loud. Like in America, we don't get that. So to grab a drink in the same room as traders and the SIG groups, it was like, can I stay longer? Can we extend this? Can this be like a Disney World experience where it just kind of goes on? So really, it's just that they did a lot well. They probably did a thousand things right. And that one little thing we just mentioned, one thing I would love to see the show, evolve, and certainly something that maybe we can even offer help in regard is, seminars. I think it's really interesting to see the IPMS Nationals. There's big three things, contest vendors, and then seminars. Those all play a large role in the convention experience in the US. And coming to the UK, it's a little different, but they had some seminars. And I think that would be a great opportunity for them to grow that aspect of the show. I could certainly see them being popular and also increase the value of attending the show as well.
Can I just backtrack a little bit, because I've just realized that I've forgotten to ask the question, going back to the positives. So what was your take on the 11 o'clock Sunday morning silence?
Very moving. We talk about this in another portion of the episode, and I'm really glad you brought it up. As an American, as someone we don't experience that. The closest we get potentially is, the playing of taps on Memorial Day, but that in the hall with that many people standing in silence, in respect, you could feel it in the room. It was an experience unlike any other. And I'm super grateful to have experienced it. I think it's very unique. It's very special. And it's very honorable. And it's really, I'm glad IPMS UK does that. It's a proper nod to the significance of that ceremony. And I was honored to be a part of it. And it's an amazing experience. And I think we're looking at 4,000 people probably in that venue at that
easily
time.
And literally off silence. And I think there was one, maybe two mobile phones went off.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's just 2 minutes of just silence and 4,000 people getting them to shut up.
It's tough.
You can't do that anywhere. Do you know what I mean? If you're standing at the front of a convention center trying to deliver a TED talk, you can't keep 4,000 people quiet.
Yeah.
That is it's an amazing experience. And it always gets me right in the feels.
Well, and that's it. I mean, to be honest, I was moved during that moment, even talking about it now, you get a little choked up, and it really puts into perspective a lot of things, and it's special.
No, it's weird. Cause it's like everyone knows the time. There's no one saying, right, silence in 5 minutes, or we're doing the silence now.
Ben was running off to go and see somebody.
Of course he was. Okay, everyone apart from Ben knew. And it's weird, like everyone says, hustle and bustle, then boom.
Yeah.
Nothing. It's a special moment, and I'm really glad it happens every year to experience it.
Yeah, and I think, the hobby, we spend a lot of time researching these vehicles, researching these aircraft. The hobby is predominantly military. It is. There's no two ways about that. Certainly from first, probably more so the Second World War. And we spend all this time researching these vehicles and what tracks were on this particular tank. And I think sometimes, even as a veteran, it is easy to kind of forget the sacrifice and how bad it was. And I think that moment at Telford, I think there's an ingrained respect in pretty much every modeler that's there, because they have that vested interest in the subject. And it's a phenomenal thing to see that many people just stopping. And they stopped before 11. It was about 5 to 11, and you could hear the volume in the halls coming down, and everyone started to slow down a little bit and start to look up towards the gantry, because they knew that's where the bugle was going to be, and that's where the parade was. And it is an amazing thing.
So with Telford winding down, we then head to Bovington. We don't talk about packing. We're not talking about that. Once we're already on the road,
talking about packing. You're not getting off that one. No.
We are already on the road.
No.
And you guys hit traffic.
No, what we're talking about here is standing outside a hotel with a pile of kit boxes on the pavement.
The problem, right? What we've established was I was not the problem. The problem was Ben saying it's not going to fit in there. It's not going to budge, and it's like this is what happens when you let civilians pack cars.
Yeah.
You and Luke come over, and less than 30 seconds, cars packed for on the road.
Yeah.
I think at that point, Ben had kind of lost the will to live. And he was just like, it's not going in. It is, Ben. There's loads of room in there.
As at the point, he's that adamant, I'm going to buy an Uber. It's 268 quid, but I'll buy an Uber.
For everyone listening, at the point we're stood outside the hotel with kit boxes and products and all over the pavement, because Benny's adamant that that's not going to fit in his car, which it absolutely did. Ivan actually has the Uber app open on his phone, checking the prices to get an Uber from Telford to Weymouth. It was like, just hang on a minute.
I looked through the tailgate of Ben's car, and I just looked and I went, what are you doing? Put your phone away. Luke, look at this. And we just came over like, right, open the boot. In it all went, slot there, move that, get that out of there. Right, there you go, sorted, boom, lid shut, off you go, boys.
The problem was he wouldn't.
The problem was, no. The problem was that somebody who has no mode of transport and was planning a week in London still went ahead and purchased half of flipping Hannants.
I disagree. The problem was when I tried to look in the boot, he locked it. He said no. He said no before he even tried.
Oh dear!
It's funny how HMS Hood managed to fit in. He forgets that. But anyway, we're on the road.
Yes, we're on the road slowly.
Look at. Luckily for me, Jackson and Ben, we're at the front of the traffic because there must have been a bad accident on the motorway. So you guys are like just behind us, but yet an hour behind us.
Yeah, you took a slightly different route because you actually turned off into the superstore as we pulled out. We drove past you, and then somehow you ended up in front of us in this mammoth, like 20-mile long traffic jam. So yeah, I think you went. There's a two ways you can go, and you obviously went the different way to us and skipped it.
I mean, the traffic was annoying. Now, as I said in the journey on the way down, so in our vehicle there was me, Graeme, John Everett, and obviously JB. I tend not to get that frustrated in traffic because generally the person who is involved in the incident that is creating the traffic in the first place having a way worse day than I am. So you kind of just go, it is what it is. However, what we wanted to do was to get to Weymouth in time that we could do fish and chips in the harbour, couple of drinks. As it turned out, the traffic was so bad, we got one beer in the bar, and that was about it. We stopped at Burger King in the dodgiest service station ever on the way down. But with hindsight, actually, that journey and being stuck in traffic paid dividends because we had such a long amount of time with the four of us in a metal box to just chat. That was when we're talking about highlights of the weekend rather than just Scale Model World. Actually being in that traffic and it taking so long was actually one of my highlights because it gave us the opportunity just to talk. That was a really good journey down, despite the fact that we were bumper to bumper for 2 hours nearly. It was great. And it was exactly how I'd planned it because within the group of the 6-7 of us, obviously Ivan and Ben and Jackson are all about the same age, and then the rest of us are all a little bit older. So I figured it made more sense to split the group that way because, if you get stuck in traffic, you don't want to be listening to like youth music. So I thought it would work. It would work really well, and I think it absolutely, certainly in our car, I thought it was fantastic. It was like Luke says. I mean, I wasn't driving, and I know it's frustrating when a passenger says, "Oh, it wasn't that bad being stuck in that traffic jam." It's not my right leg that was going numb from like holding the throttle all the time, but I thought it was a really good journey down, and I think it sort of did us a favour in a little way. I thought it was really cool, really cool.
We've no complaints. I think we stopped at the same services. They were dodgy. Bit weird. But yeah, apart from that, we got to the hotel like an hour before you. My cupboard with a bed in it was really comfy. The hotel was all right.
I had the penthouse suite. I was doing fine.
Yeah.
We were sort of an hour behind you guys, weren't we? So within the last hour of our journey, JB was getting text messages from me complaining about the hotel because it wasn't up to your usual standard. We arrive at the hotel. I couldn't find a thing wrong with it, to be honest. It was clean. It was quintessentially British seaside town.
Yeah.
I think that's my issue.
Yeah, I was struggling to see the issues that you've been highlighting to JB for the last hour.
It's had that seaside town, small hotel B&B scent about it as you walked in.
Yeah.
Everything was just a little bit run down and ramshackle. What really got me was the fact that we got to the bar. Oh, okay, it was late. It was Sunday night, so we got a beer. And then they told us that we were closing the bar. I was like, but we're residents. Can we not get a drink? No, the bar's closed. But we're residents. Surely residents have a bar. No. And that was it. Usually, if you're residents, somebody will come off reception to serve you a beer. Mm-hmm. Or some hotels I've been in, they'll just say, help yourself and chuck some money on the counter. But no, there was nothing, just like absolutely no. So we nursed a pint for an hour. But it was a good hour. It was a pleasant hour.
Yeah, there's a snooker table downstairs that I've seen better days. It looked like the Battle of Waterloo had been fought on it. And there was a ballroom where an elder clientele were enjoying the evening. Yeah, the hotel was... It was the type of... It's like someone was watching me from the cupboard and I wasn't alone in my bed.
I had a perfect view of the full moon over the bay, so I was good.
Of course, John Bonani has the penthouse suite.
Top floor, double windows, beautiful view. And then waking up in the morning, even better. I'd never seen
champagne and caviar.
I'd never seen the white chalk cliffs before. We go down. We had a nice, pleasant walk. Had another great breakfast, cheap breakfast.
Well, can I just say, I had to pinch myself at one point, sitting eating breakfast, and I just looked around and I thought, blimey. And then I realized I'm sitting there having breakfast with Spud.
Yeah.
I'm having breakfast with John Murphy. I'm like, hang on, how's this happened? How have I ended up here? This is amazing.
There were absolutely a few of those moments. Kind of looking around going, this is some sort of terrible mistake. Why am I sat here with these people?
There were definitely a few moments. I mean, like these like names that I've heard and, you know, in reverence, and then suddenly I'm sitting there having breakfast. I'm eating my sausage sandwich next to them. It's just, I'll tell you one thing that really got me is going back slightly, walking into Telford on Sunday morning, I think it was JB and Jackson were in front of me and Luke. And as we walked in, there was two guys standing in the entranceway, just looking at the show guide, working out where they were going to go. They obviously hadn't been in on a Saturday. And one of them looked up and saw John. And then he sort of did a double take and he turned to his mate and he nudged him and he went, that's the plastic Posse guys. That's John. I'm sure it is. And he was like shaking with joy. And his mate went, is it really? He went, yeah. And then we sort of walked past and then I heard him go, and that's Graeme and Luke that were on their show the other week. They're from the Black Rifle. And I was like, oh God, this is surreal now. This is just getting beyond. There was a few little pinch yourself moments like that. It was brilliant. Yeah. But yeah, sitting eating breakfast with Spuds, that was another highlight for me. Like, this is just me who sits in his shed sticking plastic together. How am I sitting here?
We had a very similar experience to those gentlemen when we saw Plasmo. So Plasmo was walking around the hall in incognito, and we're standing there by the tables. I think it's me, Ivan, and Jackson. We're just hanging out, and we see him, and we're like, we gotta say hi. Like we're shaking. We're like, oh my gosh, this is Plasmo. And I'm like, we're doing it. Let's go. So
let's ambush him.
He can't get away. Again, super nice guy that, you know, just like you said, you watch his videos, you hear his voice, you know, he's shaped the hobby. And to have the opportunity to meet somebody like that in that type of venue, like you said, Graeme, as well, like Spud and anyone at the Four Corners table. And there were a few other gentlemen like that. You know, Marcus is a good example. Chatted with Spencer Pollard as well, like those types of people that, you know, quite frankly, influence you, and having the opportunity to just casually chat with them in that type of environment, there's nothing better.
Yeah, I didn't have the bottle to speak to Plasmo. I wanted to. I was just, every time he walked past me, I was like, I could just go, but no, and I just got starstruck, and that's not normally like me, but no, I couldn't bring myself to speak to him.
He was trying to be incognito.
You managed to speak to Kathy Millett though, didn't you?
Yes. So, right. Okay. So somebody in our group who didn't actually even come to Telford, it may not be anymore, but he did used to watch all of there's a modeler on YouTube called Kathy Millett. She used to do railway modeling. She's moving into sort of wargaming and stuff now, 3D printing and things. Fantastic modeler. She does some great scenics and stuff. Our friend Carl always used to talk very highly about Kathy Millett. I saw her walking across the hall in front of me behind Luke, and for some reason I blanked out and thought Luke was Carl, and I just tapped him on the shoulder and went, Kathy Millett's behind you. I said it in rather a loud voice. She heard me, and an awkward moment ensued.
So if Kathy Millett is listening, heartfelt apologies from me, because Graeme said it in such a loud way that it almost startled me. So I turned around to look at the point she had heard Graeme, and we kind of made eye contact. And I had nothing to say at that point. So all I said in like a real starstruck schoolboy way was, oh, it's Kathy Millett. And she just looked at me and went, yeah, and just carried on. And I can't use the words that I called myself at that moment.
The word you called me that was better. He just looked me straight in the eye and went, you beep. And I went, oh, I'm really sorry, mate. I'm really sorry. It just popped out.
Apologies from me. If I'd been more prepared, I would have said something more profound.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Just flew out. Sorry.
So, Weymouth done. Then we head to Bovington, which was a first for me. Loved it. It's hard to describe words for that place. One day's not enough.
Well, I remember showing up and we hear the Challenger training tank drive around, and it comes up the road, and I was riding in the morning. Jackson was in our car. He rode in the middle because we had to squeeze because of all of Ivan's things. So we were squeezing, and I think Jackson's just looking forward like laser tunnel vision. And on the left, there's a Challenger going up and down the obstacle course and, going through it. And I'm like, well, there's a tank over there. He's like, whoa, oh my gosh. And he's like going crazy. And then we turn the corner, we park. And then that training tank actually comes up into Bovington, the Tank Museum's parking lot practically. And we scurry across the road, and Jackson goes full tilt towards it, gets up by a tree to make sure he gets his good footage. But, it was a great way to start the day with some heavy armor flying by us. It was cool. And then, going back to what you had mentioned, Luke and Graeme, about the people, it was really incredible being able to enjoy Bovington, a museum with significant pieces of history, with your mates, with friends that we might have just met, but to be honest, I could pick up a conversation with you guys anywhere and think that we've been friends for 20 years. And going through the different rooms and experiencing it together was something special. Taking plenty of happy snaps for profile pictures and cover photos and
Tinder profiles.
Simply unforgettable in that regard. And then the conversations that spurred next to those vehicles themselves. Just you got to pinch yourself, and I almost want to hit the rewind button because it was almost exactly 7 days from where we sit today. It was remarkable, something that I'll never forget.
Yeah, and I think I've been to the Tank Museum. I think that was my fourth time, and it never fails to impress each time you go there, because it is a phenomenal place. But echoing what I said about Cosford, the knowledge of the people that we were with and the enthusiasm for the subject matter just made it a whole new experience. And yeah, it was absolutely phenomenal. I loved every second of it. And we kind of all sort of bomb burst in different directions. We weren't all walking around as a group of eight guys looking at tanks. Everyone sort of went off and did their own thing, but then we'd sort of converge on a particular area. And yeah, it was just a phenomenal experience, really.
It was the knowledge from the guys that were with us was phenomenal. And the staff, it was Pete that came over when we were stood by 131. I didn't know anything about 131, and I knew nothing about it at all. And Jackson and Dan were telling me the story of what happened to it, and you can still see where the shell went in, where both of them, because there's a glancing blow on the right hand side as well. And they were telling me how the shell went. You could actually see it, and I'm picturing this happening in my head, and they told me the story. And then one of the guides from the museum came over, a guy called Peter, I think he was, and he started telling us a little bit more. And there was a slight change in the story that Jackson and Dan had said, and it was only very small, but it was a slight difference. So when we finished talking to Pete about that and lots of other kinds of stuff, I just said to Jackson, Peter's just said that there's a slight difference to the story. And so Jackson said, oh yeah, what's that? They got talking. Turns out that they have got a connection through Brit Modeler, so they were sharing photographs and talking about nuances of the Sherman and all kinds of stuff, and they were locked together for about half an hour in the middle of the floor. And I just thought, first off, kudos for the museum guy to spend that much time with a visitor, but secondly, it just again shows that connection just through building models that they found together. I mean, Pete must have been in his 60s, and there's Jackson in his early 20s, but these guys were like just bouncing off each other for ages and getting on like a house on fire. It was great to watch, really good. But yeah, the knowledge of you guys around me, man, because I know nothing, and everything I looked at, somebody was just giving me a little gem of information about it. It was phenomenal, brilliant.
It was weird. Like JB mentioned this. It's like you have to think. It's like we were stood all chatting in front of like a king tiger, an actual like king tiger between a 234. It's you forget where you are sometimes. But I certainly won't forget that. It was a special day. Did you buy anything in the gift shop? Because I didn't, because I was threatened like with threats of death if I bought anything.
The only thing I would allow you to buy in the gift shop was a rucksack. I didn't really. I bought just the usual things like a fridge magnet, and I mean, to be fair, for a museum gift shop, they have a very well stocked selection of kits, products. They really do. So hats off to them, and it's all on their website, so you can go and buy direct from them, which supports obviously the museum and what they're trying to do down there. But yeah, I thought it was a really well stocked hobby shop, but it was a museum gift shop. But yeah, I just bought the usual fridge magnet, pen, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, a couple of little.
Before we move on really to what people bought in the gift shop, I think we've got to give Spud a shout out for organising us to get into the conservation centre.
Oh, for Spud.
Yeah, I mean
legend.
I've never been in there when I've been, because it's not always open to the public. So for those that don't know, across the sort of car park from where the main entrance is, they have what they call their conservation centre, which is like this massive hangar almost, and it's a working area. So it's all the vehicles and pieces of armour that they have, but they're working on them to keep them running. And it was just phenomenal. And I think as we walked in there and we're on this sort of observation gantry looking over, for the first 3 or 4 minutes, no one said anything. We're just all sort of scanning across this vast array of vehicles. And and that was organised by Spud. He managed to make that happen. So yeah, fair play to him for that.
I think the best thing someone said in that room was, I really like the green one. Sorry, it's only like 50 of them.
Yeah, amazing place.
It was really cool. Did you notice on the subject of models, did anybody look in the bollards at the little dioramas?
Yeah.
They were really cool, weren't they? The little concrete bollard mock-ups, and some of them have got little windows in with an illuminated diorama in the bottom. That was a really cool idea.
Talking about the conservation hall real quick, I thought it was awesome when the person who escorted us there was like, oh yeah, it's the gray, it's the tan thing over there, and you have to kind of like jump to see it, because there was so many vehicles, and there was an M103 there, it's a massive vehicle in real life, and it looks like a toy because it's so far away. Because it reminds me, if you've ever seen the movie Raiders of the Lost Ark for Indiana Jones, and it's at the end where the gentleman pushes the crate into the vast warehouse of wooden boxes. That's what that room replicates, in my mind. It is a sea of vehicles, and literally they just push another one in. Tons of historically significant vehicles in there as well. You have everything from, World War II vehicles, the T-14, which I think is the only one left. And Jackson, we had to stop him from creating an international incident and trying to jump the railing. I think we were up there and he mentioned to me, like, you think I can make it down there? How far do you think I could go before they'd stop me? I'm like, please don't do this. But they had a Churchill there that was taken essentially right out of the desert, I believe. It was really, 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 really cool to see everything. And then a lot of modern vehicles. I think I've never seen so many T-55s in the same location. And then the weird EBR kind of armored car stuff. And they had a Comet sitting right there that was ready to drive out the door, for crying out loud. So overall, a really, really cool place. And, super, super kudos. Big thank you to Spud again for organizing that, because it was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's not a chance everyone gets to explore that room. It's so yeah. Another shout out for Spud. Massive thank you. And then unfortunately the day has to kind of come to an end, and we all ferry ourselves to Wool train station. That was a new location for me. I'd never heard of it. And then we do all our goodbyes of moving stuff from one car to another, and that's that. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times.
We took a photo, John took a photo of the group as we all split. And I said to Luke on the way back, in fact, Luke said it, we both said it. I was pretty sad at that point. Happy because we'd had such an amazing time, but yeah, it was all coming to an end, but not quite, because we still had the journey back. It was
it was quite a sad moment, because the group's now fragmenting. Everyone's going, well, the majority of us were going back to like real life at that point. And yeah, it was a tough moment, I think. I mean, luckily me and Graeme were traveling north together. So it wasn't like your world's ended, you get in the car by yourself and drive off. So we still had that journey back. But yeah, you know, having such an epic time for the previous 3-4 days, and then bang, it all ceases, and you've got to go back to the real world. I'm sure if my partner's listening to this, she will have something to. What do you mean you were sad at coming home? Well, I was sad. You know? And I've been the whole week really. I've been walking around a little bit, letting it all sink in, because there was so much that went on. We met so many people, and it takes a while for that to kind of process.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely love my job, but this last week I've struggled. I've really struggled because I just I don't want to get back on the world again. I want to go back to Fantasyland and just live like that.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's really interesting what this hobby, you know, in terms of power on someone's, you know, emotion, mental state. It's a moment where if you tell the story to outsiders, they don't necessarily believe it. How can you meet somebody, you know, within 3-4 days beforehand and having an emotional goodbye like that? You know, never meet someone in person, but you have these 3-4 days where you're connected almost at the hip throughout the day, dinner time, evening. You share experiences, you go to significant places, you see significant things, and you just create a bond that is very hard to find in the real world, to be honest. This hobby it just does something special. You know, I've played golf, I've done fishing and other things, but it's never given me what this hobby has given. Saying goodbye at the train station exemplifies the best parts of it. It's not goodbye, it's see you again. Damn, we'll see you again. You know, Luke's coming to Texas. Graeme, I really want to come back to Telford next year. It was that special.
Ivan dropped a gem the other night because I was thinking about trying to come to Texas. I don't think I can do it next year, but Ivan dropped in the possibility of going to Eindhoven in October.
Yes.
So, yeah. And then if you can get to Telford as well, that would be amazing. Can I just throw back that this friendship thing, we really impressed the woman in the gift shop at Tank
Yes,
Museum. She was
Bovington,
like, where did you guys meet?
Online. That's cool. That's wow.
Yeah, and then like as you started talking, and more of us just started popping up like little whack-a-moles around you. She was like, "So you guys all know each other?" Yeah. We're all from all over the place. That was really cool. That sort of summed it up, I think, in that sort of brief little conversation. It was really cool.
And I think you're absolutely right, John, in to try and explain that bond that's created through gluing bits of plastic together, which is ultimately what we all do, is very, very difficult for someone outside of the hobby that doesn't get it. And that's why for me, and I know Graeme's the same, well, all of us here are the same. That's why I'm so passionate about the hobby and about the people that make the hobby. You know, it's about the people. And if you surround yourself with good people, good things happen. That it's just, yeah. And everyone that we met that weekend, they were all good people.
It was great.
Well, I'm going to pass this on to JB to wrap up, because I think that's like the best possible place to wind this one down. Yeah, certainly hitting the nail on the head of why we all do this is really the last few moments of this conversation. We're the best of friends now, to be honest. That's something that we've discovered over the time we've spent in England. And it's something that I'll always cherish and value. And, you know, I encourage our listeners, you know, make the pilgrimage, come to Telford, go to any show, bump into mates and, you know, connect with people and experience the things that we have, because they're unforgettable. I can't thank Graeme and Luke enough for the time that they spent with us, catered to us, took care of us, took care of Ivan. You know, hats off to you two gentlemen. And I think this is the perfect, you know, send off. And again, thank you both so much for not only what you've done in the past, but present and certainly future.
Yeah, it really just, there are no words. It was just so good. It's so good. I would do it again tomorrow in a heartbeat.
You're absolutely right. There's no words to describe how epic that whole weekend was. Thanks are misplaced, really. It was an absolute pleasure to try and host you guys and make sure you got from where you needed to be to where you were going and all that sort of stuff. And from my point of view, I think, you know, he sat there very quiet at the minute, but Ivan needs, if it wasn't for Ivan, then that whole group that sort of spent the whole weekend together wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened. It's true. So Ivan needs to take credit for that. He needs to work on his planning. He needs to work on his logistical know-how. But other than that, you know, I'm happy to pat the car for you, Ivan. We can engineer this meeting of minds that happened that weekend. So yeah, you need to take credit for that because that was all down to you, really.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You lot have done a lot more for me than I've done for you. So really, it's nothing.
We were talking with somebody, I can't remember who it was now. We were telling them laughingly about your extravagant number of boxes that we had to try and fit into a car, which you had that point when you sort of told us how much you'd bought. And I said to you, so how is that going to get to London and then back home? And you just looked at me with this like blank look and went, I don't know. And I just thought, I guess we'll sort this out then. And somebody said to me when we were joking about it, and you weren't there, but we weren't talking about it behind your back because it's exactly what we'd said to your face 10 minutes previous. And somebody said, but do you not realize by you guys running around and picking it all up and you're enabling this, you're facilitating this behavior? And I just kind of thought, yeah, but it's Ivan. And we love
He's
him.
worth it. He's worth it.
Yeah, we all love him, so we're happy to run around like headless chickens, picking up his Alili Swore.
When I got home, I was unloading the car. So for those that don't know, pretty much everything that Ivan purchased that weekend is currently sat in my model room. I brought it all home because there's no way he could have taken that to London. And I was unloading the car with all these boxes and bags and all that. And my partner was like, how much did you buy? I was like, this is not mine. It's not mine. I said, it's all Ivan's. Now, for those that know me, I don't mix well with others generally. And I get quite frustrated at people. But there's something about Ivan that you just can't help but help him. You know, you're just like, yeah, put it in my car. We'll sort it out in January or whatever. Just get it in there. And yeah, it's just Ivan.
Yeah.
Just Ivan. Simple Ivan. I've made the commitment now to never burden others with my
Get out.
stuff.
Get out. It's not a burden, Ivan.
It is.
It's absolutely not a burden, because I'll tell you what, that Sherman's goes together really well.
Yeah, him and Spud have a buddy build going on right now. You didn't get the invite?
I never swore at you then.
It's never a burden, mate, honestly.
Great times. Well, gentlemen, thank you again. We will catch you soon to next year's Telford.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
It's now time for our third and final segment, where we had a great discussion with three of the members from the Four Corners Modelling Club: Peter Usher, John Spud Murphy, and Dan Sankey. It was an absolute pleasure to talk to them and get to know a little bit more about the table, which clearly was the highlight of the show.
We're continuing our Telford special with three very interesting guests that we had the opportunity to meet at the show. Really honored that they've taken the time to talk with us. But before we get to them, I'll briefly introduce Sir Ivan Jensen-Taylor's joining us.
Good evening.
Who was at the show. And then also Scott is stepping in as well because he could not miss this segment.
Absolutely.
So our esteemed guests today come from the Four Corners Modeling Club. They're a new club out of the UK, and we are delighted to have three of their members that were at Telford. So today we'll have Pete Usher, John Murphy, aka Spud, and Dan Sankey. So we'll go through and do a brief introduction with each of them. So Pete, how are you today? Thanks for coming on the pod.
All good, living the dream as ever.
I love it. I love it. Your work was certainly inspirational at the show, and we will definitely jump into it soon. John, welcome back. How are you today?
I'm good. Thanks so much. I'm really pleased to be back.
And last, and certainly not least, our technologically inclined newest guest, Dan Sankey. How are you?
I'm fine now, thankfully. Thanks.
Outstanding. Well, again, as I mentioned, we are certainly honored to have three of you here. For our listeners, again, it's Four Corners Modeling Club. They were at the, at the start of the convention, right when you walk in, had probably the best display there, at least from my point of view. I really enjoyed it. And we're going to talk about it today. We're going to get to know each of the members that have joined us today, a little bit of background on them. You've heard from Spud before, but I think it's important we get a little intro with Pete and Dan, and then we'll jump more into the show itself, what they enjoyed, what they brought, and then what they look forward to next year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Pete. If you could just give us a brief introduction, maybe talk about, your background in modeling and what's your main area of interest?
So background in modelling is been modelling since, knee eye to a grasshopper, really, since, early days. My dad was actually a bit of a figure painter. So I kind of picked up from there. He'd paint those, you get the cowboys and Indians with the big plastic bases on. I think they were Airfix, weren't they? He would paint them for me. Yeah, so kind of, and always loved the military sort of side of it. So that's it really. The always been interested in armor, even though I've deviated out into all sorts of different things, aircraft, sci-fi. And as you know from childhood and Profit and Loss, I stray straight off into civilian stuff and slightly more gnarly subjects. So I can sway into anything, not anything naval, but armor and figures is what I do best. And I think probably diorama storytelling is where I'm probably at my A game, really. That just seems to be where my sort of niche is, to get a punchy story out. Yeah, and that's the background in sort of construction, manufacturing. I'm now a sort of director in an IT company, which is a really weird transition, but it's sort of 10 years in construction, 10 years in manufacturing, and 10 years with this crew now. So I moved around a little bit, always ended up in management positions. God knows how, but somehow it's happened again and again. But that's me really, just a fairly simple kind of guy.
So our listeners, Pete's extremely modest. He says he's, the A game. I would say on a 4-point grade point average scale, you're like a 4.5. So I think it's really important to highlight Pete's modesty, because his stuff is world-class. And you've certainly seen it on the cover of AFE Modeler. And then also, Weathered Models is, if you look at some of the most popular posts, I bet you're going to see Pete's name to it. So really excited to learn more about the work that you specifically brought to the show. And we'll get to that soon. But before we get to any further, we're gonna turn it over to Dan Sankey, give a brief introduction, and tell our listeners a little bit about yourself.
So I'm pretty much like Pete, really. Growing up as a kid with my grandfather introducing me into modelling, just to, those rainy day sort of projects, starting off with the little matchbox with the little dioramas that you build all in one, and then sort of getting hooked through that, really. Probably came away from it a little bit from going to school, and then meeting up through mountain biking with Darren Thompson. He showed me a Famo DMAG crane that he built, and I think I was just hooked getting back in again, really. Got introduced into going to the club that he was in, to which then we met through Spud, and just got sort of into it that way, really.
Yeah, I kind of had a question about that. John had mentioned to me in one of our earlier conversations. Tell us a little bit about, how long have the three of you known each other, and what's the genesis of the Four Corners Modeling Club? How did that come about?
I think I'm probably the sort of linchpin, really. I was based up in an RAF base called Lynham, and I went to the Swindon Club where Pete was a member, and that was probably mid-1990s. Yeah. We became friends from there. I then eventually moved back to Plymouth, and the sort of local club was one in Newton Abbot, and Dan was a member, and obviously I'd known Darren previously. Dan came to the club, and again just hit it off, and the friendship sort of grew from there. So yeah, it's kind of interesting that I've got a group of friends in the sort of Plymouth, Devon area, and a group of friends where Pete lives, and we've all sort of amalgamated, really.
And we went off to World Model Expo. I've been doing the European stuff for about 5 years now, and it's just a game changer compared to the UK modelling scene. And we'd been in the Dartmoor Club, I think it was, and then I said, look, I'm going over to the Worlds. It'd be mind blowing, guys, if you want to come, and they was all up for it. So we had a bit of a road trip over there, which was great fun, and then the show was just absolutely mind blowingly good. And we had a club stand there, and we sort of decided there that actually we really like to sort of be able to display our stuff, and almost more than a club. I mean, sort of Spud spoke. It's more than a modelling club with members and anyone can join type stuff. It's more a group of sort of really good pals, and like Spud's just said, we've been friends for the best part of 30 years, really. So it's just a group of pals that have kind of put a ring on it, so to speak. And we kind of thought we would have a table so we can just display our stuff, and then everyone, especially at the UK, because it's a complete different game changer compared to Europe. And it's somewhere that Telford, for instance, the biggest sort of show that we've got, we can display our stuff as a club, and then people can come up and say, oh my God, I've not actually seen this in the flesh, because it would have its big day out in Europe. I tend to save my stuff for the shows and then just get it out there. Then it would go into a magazine, so it never really go out anywhere. And then the name Four Corners was because we're sort of from all over the place. Andy Evans is up north, sort of somewhere. Wiltshire,
Nottingham,
yeah, Nottingham. So we're from the four corners of the country. Darren's out in France a lot of the time. Phil Sadinskas, who's just joined us, he's further up north. Leicester, he's up Leeds, I think, somewhere up that way. So, we're from all over the UK. Where is it, Spud?
Darlington, Leicester's from Darlington, and Phil's from Stoke-on-Trent.
There we go. Yeah, all over. So that's when I kind of thought of the name, actually. A good name would be Four Corners. We played around with lots of different names, but the Four Corners seemed probably the most professional, because the others were like Hell's Angels gangs, the Nomads, the No-Mates, it was all sorts of different things.
I think it started off at WME with the John Murphy gang, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
Yeah, that was because for years I was supposed to go to that show. Rob Conbecky had invited me when I was editing magazines, and for a multitude of reasons I never attended, and then just never got around to attending the show. So when it finally came to fruition earlier this year, when I said to Rob, I can actually get over, so they gave us a table, and like I say, that was where, as Pete said, the sort of whole club sort of hatched from there.
Well, that is quite a roster of names that you guys have. And obviously from the photos that John posted, the work on the your tables speaks for itself. But if people can't come to Telford or to the shows in Europe, is there a place where people can see your collective work as a club?
Yeah, what we're hoping to do is, obviously the majority of the members are from sort of southwest of England. So we will do a fair selection of shows in the southern part of the country. But with Phil, Andy and Leicester being sort of more northern, and Pete to an extent, if we're not all at a show, at least some of us will be able to attend and still represent the sort of club. So they may not get to see sort of like all 8 or 9 members work at one show, but they'll see a good portion and a really great spread of models. And then hopefully we'll all get together for Telford next year. Yeah,
I think Telford will be the one where everyone, because Telford is so central to the UK anyway, we'll always do that. And I think SMC next year as well. It'd be a full
invasion.
What is a group? When it is a full group of Four Corners, what would we be known as actually?
A
murder of modelers.
Yeah, I was thinking you've got a herd of cows. Well, we could be a nerd of modelers, couldn't we?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think that's done.
A
nerd. Full nerd. Yeah, and considering me and you, Spud, nerd is actually fairly PC. It's probably not very PC, is it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But we're also just trying to get our Facebook page together now as well, aren't we? Trying to get our stuff on there.
Yeah. The Group Four Corners Facebook page is under construction, I think, isn't it? Should we say that?
Yeah. I think that's the politest way of putting that. There's been a couple of technical hitches.
Nice. So, you mentioned your club so far. I think 2 of the names that we haven't mentioned, just wanted to call them out. Kev Smith and then Ian McGonigal were the other 2 members who displayed at Telford. And we'll have them on soon enough. 2 other inspirational modelers that really brought their A game to the show too. I thought it was really cool to see.
Very much so, yeah.
Definitely.
So looking forward to Telford, or I guess we're looking back to Telford in a sense, you guys had prime real estate there. We came in late Friday night. We saw your initial setup. It was pretty crazy to see what you brought and, where you were located. So maybe just go around the room. We'll start with Pete and then we'll go to John and then Dan. Talk about what you brought to Telford and maybe why you brought it.
Okay, so I brought to Telford the profit and loss vignette of the ivory, the elephant with the ivory taken. Childhood, the kid on the rubbish dump, my 2 kind of like non-military ones. Then I had Divine Intervention, the sort of German border stuff, Mind the Gap diorama of the train yard, the Battle of Kolberg, and then I had the Panther, the Italian Panther, Italy campaign, and the Churchill, the Normandy Churchill, the Royal Engineers version version of that with the German mine on the back. So that's what I brought to the show. And I think the main reason for bringing, all my stuff I've done recently is what I mentioned earlier on, giving it a day out in the UK so people can see it, because Mind the Gap, all of them are SMC display competition entries, and they hadn't been out in the UK at all. I think I'd put Mind the Gap actually on Dartmoor last year. I had a lot more stuff finished since then for the Worlds. Obviously went up to the A game for the Worlds with with Profit and Loss and Divine Intervention. So yeah, it was just to get them out so people can see them really, because it's not, they've seen them on the internet and whatever a million times on Facebook, but it's been able to get out and then to talk to people and then to say, how'd you do this, what's that, and that's what I love about it the most, because you can get some people that can be really cliquey in especially in the older days, not so much now I don't think, but I can remember being at Euro back in the day, speaking to a figure painter saying, how do you do this, how do you do that, and they were so unhelpful. It was like, and I think there's even given me red herring colours to use, because I'm thinking, yeah, I don't think that was right actually. So yeah, that's what I love about the club most of all, is people can say, wow, that's cool, and you'll know, Ivan, I'll pick it up, let you hold it, have a look at it. I mean, a lot of people won't hold it, to be honest. But it's nice to be able to get hold of it and turn it around and look at it from the back and look inside the house, on Divine Intervention, and proper, get involved in it, because it's to be looked at, isn't it? So looking at it on the other side of a table is great, but it ain't as good as proper getting hold of it. And
yeah, that was going to be one of my questions. Like, how are you just kind of so okay with grabbing it and just being like, right, hold that? And it's like, this is worth more than my life if I drop this.
When Ivan came back from not this year, but the previous year's Telford, he was telling us about what happened, and he talked about when you handed him your piece and put him in your hands, and he about messed himself. Like, whoa, what are you doing? I should not be holding this.
Do you know what? Of course, I wouldn't give him to any maniac to hold, and obviously, we all understand what it is that we're holding. If you were to hold someone else's piece,
model, you mean?
And the chances of you dropping it would be. But the chances of you dropping it you ain't going to drop it, are you? And you can probably look at it. And I think that's probably a reflection on my personality. Is have a look at it. It's here for you to have a good look at. So get hold of it.
Mind you, Pete, you like to drop stuff when it's in the box, don't you?
I think I did drop Mind the Gap actually.
You did, yeah.
I didn't drop it hard. I didn't drop it. Just but there's not a lot I can't fix or get over. So, and do you know what? That's what I know about. It's kind of slightly a rambling answer, but me and Spud have spoken about this before. When I'm modelling, there's nothing that I can't sort out. Realistically, it's something you go through lots of years of thinking, oh my God, what if this doesn't work out? And you're shaking with the airbrush, thinking, but let's just say you pull back the airbrush and you just go. We've all been there. We just like obliterated something with a load of whatever, Tammy olive drab. And you just think, wow. But in the old days, I just would have thrown it straight into the bin, and that would have been the end of that. But now I just get that Mr. Muscle gel cleaner stuff, rub it in that, chuck it in a plastic bag, wash it off the next day, and it's down to the undercoat, and it's like, right, here we go again. So, I'm very relaxed about it now. It's
often the second time you repaint it, it can often be better the second time you repaint it, though, can't it? Where it's like a happy accident.
Yeah. I mean, most of my stuff gets 2 goes. The first go is always a practice. That's what the PE teacher told me back in the day. I think to answer the question is, it's nice for people to be able to get older stuff and properly see it more than anything. And I wouldn't give it to anyone to hold, but of course I'd give it to any of you guys to get hold of. So
it was really cool to.
Because I gave it a Panther, didn't I?
Yeah, it was really cool. It's and we talked about studying. It's really interesting when you're able to hold it up close, really understand the finish, look at the the micro types of work that you've done. It's down to the scratches, the chipping, the wear, the dust, even seeing this subtle camouflage pattern on the side skirts. A lot of those depth of finish are really really hard to pick up when you're 3 feet away. You get the overall picture. And I think that's what's stunning about all of your works. You know, from 3 feet away, it tells a story. And then when you get 3 inches away, it tells another story. I think that's where the depth, the complexity, and the overall thought behind the piece's composition at that micro level really shines when you have that opportunity. So I'm very thankful to have had that, you know, chance to hold the Panther, because you really appreciate the work up close. And it's something you rarely can find elsewhere, because you can't get it in print sometimes. You know, before recording, we talked about it, where sometimes seeing it in its physical presence is the only way to really pick up the true complexity of the piece.
Yeah. And quite often things change colour. I mean, I'd only seen Spud's 1/16 scale Stug in pictures when we, you know, sharing pictures, and but seeing it in the flesh, oh my God, I love it.
Yeah.
But the pictures that I'd seen of it, the colour had rendered, and I just thought it looked a little bit yellow, maybe. But I knew I'd be seeing it in the flesh, and it's you know, it's not at all. It's perfect. It's the perfect colour. So they can be misleading. They can be derogatory to the item. Good photographs, and I've just put my my 250, my little 250 vignette.
Yeah, I love it.
Today.
Yeah, with the two guys.
Yeah, and those pictures have come out really well, actually. It's kind of, it looks quite similar to how it looks in real life, actually. And Harry, my lad, when we was looking at it, he was like, "Yeah, that's how it looks," because the black background really sort of, I don't know, closed it in. It was spot on.
Yeah, you get the cool feeling, and I think this is a good segue over to Spud. You know, you brought the Stug, you brought a bunch of other 35th scale stuff outside of your big boys. Maybe talk about, you know, what you brought, and then again looking at what Pete just talked about, your experience at the show. And
for me, it was really a case of pretty much bringing everything that I've built recently, and trying not to bring the same stuff year in, year out. As Pete said, for mine, there'd been the Israeli D9 bulldozer that had been in the AK Weather magazine, the M10 Achilles that now Scott's, hopefully that's either he's getting it or he's got it.
Right next to
that
me
was
right now.
That was Tamiya magazine. Same with one of the Sheridans. The second Sheridan's going in a special issue on the Sheridan from the Abrams Squad magazine, which should be coming out quite soon, which also I think Stan Spooner's got his Gulf War Sheridan in there as well, which I think he's posted up on Facebook recently. I did bring a Dornier 335, so there was an aeroplane on the stand, because apart from Ian's helicopters, it was very armour-based, biased. Yeah, and I think the latest one, obviously the 1/16 scale Stug and the Australian Vietnam Centurion, which had been in the Inside the Armour special issue on AFE club kits. I think we weren't really sure, because it was first time we'd all got together. We weren't sure exactly how much we were all going to bring. So I think for myself, we brought most of the stuff we had, just in case it was rather have too much than not enough. You know, I didn't want a minimalist looking stand. Unfortunately, the way the tables worked, and we had the corner that we could basically display everything that we brought, which was great.
Yeah.
For the show itself, obviously having attended last year, which was the first post-COVID show with a lot of restrictions, it was still a really good show. Obviously, Ivan stayed with us at our stand. It was great. It was fairly busy, good atmosphere, very positive vibe. But this year just seemed the next level again. It was almost back to pre-COVID days. I know.
Yeah, I'd say
it was smaller.
It was back, yeah.
But
and the whole atmosphere was better, I thought. It just seemed, to have a little bit of energy. I think maybe even pre-COVID, it was getting almost, it felt a little bit dull. I don't know quite, just...
No, I think you're right. I think at the end of the Sunday, normally on pre-COVID Telford, you sort of just think, right, I want to go home now. But I think we all felt the same, where we didn't actually want the show to end, and we'd had such a good time, and it definitely had a different and a much more positive vibe to the whole event. I think the only downside, which had been mentioned, was the poor lighting for some of the competition area. It's just a shame they couldn't have used. Yeah, and I think you get spoiled, as Peter said earlier, going to say like the World Expo in Eindhoven, and the competition area is purpose built. The lighting, everybody gets great lighting for all of the entrance, so you get to see the models in the best light, so to speak. Where it was almost like an afterthought, and I think Pete had mentioned before, if you've got to use your own torch off your phone to look at models, then there's something definitely not right with that area as a competition area.
The lights that you get at the how you've seen it on your workbench at the Worlds or SMC, that's how everybody sees it, like you see it at your bench. At Telford, it's like looking at it in a warehouse, and it's such a shame because people have put so much effort into putting what they put on the table, and you can't see it as much. So that would be the one ask that I could ask from the IPMS, the Telford light, is if there was a light, some kind of lighting system that they could get just to illuminate maybe the darker ends of because there was on the right hand side where the figures were, it was almost a light. It was at its worst for the figures, which is almost wants to be at its best for the figures. So it's, again, it's just they've got something wonderful there, all that people's work, and it's not in view. So it's a real shame. So I don't know.
I think the challenge is that they're, like I say, pre-COVID, they had a dedicated room for this. And now building the show back to what it should be, I think that dedicated room will be coming back with the better lighting.
But I don't think the lighting was even very good in that room. It was quite good on the mezzanine by the windows, but it was on the mezzanine. It was, I think it was better for sure, but it certainly isn't, as good as it should be.
When it's a national competition for the IPMS in the UK, they should really put an onus on having the best lighting, the best visibility. Even the fact that the tables are very low and everybody's got to stoop down to look at them, and you've got tassels off of hoodies dangling in amongst the models. So you either need stuff to be elevated a little bit higher, so it's almost at eye level, and like I say, better lighting. And so people know that when they put the stuff in the competition, it's going to be viewed in the best possible way to give everybody the fairest chance for their work to be judged on its merits, and not the fact that you can't see it in that corner, so you just bypass it.
Because I won't compete at Telford because you can't see it properly. So there's I bet you there's lots and lots of other people like that thinking, I'm not putting it in a Telford show.
Yeah, it's something that we struggle with in the United States as well. It's unfortunate that the venues just aren't built for a lot of this hobby. But that said, we have taken steps to start to define lighting requirements for shows. So this year in Omaha, we actually had a light meter. Someone took into the contest room and measured the light. And I would say that's bare minimum. And what we're looking to do is, the facility, fortunately, in Madison 2024, that was one of the things we asked about was what are the lighting, what are the lumens in the room for the competition, because we want to be able to show this work. And there's even been, minor discussions around potential transportable light or something like that. But, it's again, a logistical question that we have a lot of things behind. But all that said, I think from my takeaway from Telford and talking to the folks at IPMS, I think, they'd be more than open to that type of feedback and look to, how do we make it better? Because they want to make sure that the best models are being put on the table. And, there's this post-COVID, learning experience, as Dan mentioned, they were down on the floor as opposed to upstairs, which I've never experienced. So I think it's a point well taken. And, fortunately, some of the show organizers do listen to our show, and hopefully, it sparks a conversation around, what can we do to make it better? Because they did a lot of stuff right this year. I'll be honest, like a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. The energy is back at Telford, definitely, and it's not been back. As I said, by Sunday, you're kind of thinking, I'm glad to go home now. Whereas we were all gutted, it was over.
Yeah, it was too quick.
Yeah.
And not just the lighting either, but I think Pete makes a great point about the height of the tables, getting work up where people can see it without bending over and getting their phones over the models. When you've gone to a show where the tables are elevated, I think that makes a huge difference. And I think, John, that's a little bit easier to address than the lighting requirements in a venue.
Yeah, it's one of those where the kudos to the show as well, when some of these things do put people off. And I think also there's the age-old complaint about judging, and when you walk around the halls, and there's often much better models on club and SIG tables than there are actually been entered in the competition. So really, you'd like to hope the very best models that are in this huge venue are all in the competition area and not actually on club and SIG stands.
Yeah,
that does sort of speak volumes as well.
Yeah, it's a really good point, because at the European shows you'll have judges' models on a table or in cabinets, and then you say, right, who's judging armour? A, B, and C. You can go over and see their stuff, and you think, yeah, okay, they know their onions. And if they've given you a silver, or if you're lucky enough to get a gold, think, wow, I mean, if they think that's a gold and they can produce that, then, or if it's a commended, or do you see what I'm saying? It's something that Telford could adopt, I think.
Yeah. And now I will say one thing interesting. And Dan, I promise we're going to get to you. We have not forgot about you. You're the star of the show, my friend. One of the big things here, we're talking about the competition. We're talking about the SIG tables. I will say, I think the SIGs and what your team did couldn't be facilitated if your work was in the contest hall. So I think maybe it's like, oh, we bring our newest stuff to the contest and it's in there this year. And then next year it's on the SIG table, because your conversations and the display at the SIGs, from my perspective, I got so much more value out of that experience. Don't get me wrong. I saw some work in the competition that was world-class, mind-blowing, but unfortunately it's packed in there. It's really hard to understand who built what, where this big table gives you that, okay, these are the folks that did it. I want to talk to them.
Yeah. And it's that rotation, isn't it? You put your newest stuff in the show. Mm-hmm. In the competition, and then it's rotated into the club for the next, on the club stand for the next 3 or 4 years until you get sick of it and throw it in a box somewhere.
and I think this is a good segue to Dan in this point, where a personal story that Ivan talked about throughout the year. He saw your World War I ambulance in the competition last year, and then it showed up on the SIG table, and I think that made Ivan very happy to have the chance to understand who built it and talk to it. So Dan, this is a good introduction for you. Maybe tell us a little about what you brought to the SIG tables, and then I believe you entered stuff in the competition as well. Let us know how everything went there.
So most of my work is biased towards First World War. I bought a French armored tractor, a Flitz tractor. I brought the German 21 Moser cannon, the Ford ambulance, bringing along with the 1/16th FT-17. Taken towards the competition, we put in the Mark V female First World War I.
And first off, I will correct myself. It is a club table, not a SIG, so that's my bad. Ivan politely reminded me. One of the things that stood out to Ivan and Jackson was your competition piece. And maybe I'll turn it over to Ivan to talk more about that specifically and, really what he enjoyed about it.
Yeah, the Mark V, that was astonishing. I love that. And like I said in our last segment and last episode, is not only the model is absolutely exquisite, the groundwork, but the base as well. Because at first when we arrived at your table and I noticed it wasn't on the display at the club, I was like, oh, he's not brought it. But luckily it was in the competition and deservedly got gold. It's just exquisite. So I'm so glad that piece was there, because I'd seen it progress and come to life on Facebook, or seeing it in person was something just special.
Thank you. So I like to try and include the whole base rather than just the model. I think it's an extra way of being creative.
Well, I think that the great thing with Dan and his models, everything he brings along to the club, and he'll bring it as a sort of part-started project, is like a kind of information sponge, and sort of it's great. It's with Dan, he'll sort of say, what would you add? What would you do? And we all have our inputs, and he'll go away, take away that information, come back. And then when we've got the next club meeting, we're all just blown away by what he's incorporated, and everything's very unique. And it's got a style that's his own, and they've all got they all tell a story. There's either sort of like a dynamic aspect to them, or just, like the ambulance, for instance, with the wounded soldier who's obviously just sort of drunk the pain away with the sort of bottle of, the demi jar type things of brandy. And it's just a great little scene. And like Ivan said, bases themselves, they're not just a black base, which I go for and wimp out. Dan puts a lot of thought into the actual base as well, which also tells part of the story, which, it just gives a complete scene. It just finishes it perfectly.
Yeah. And I'll just add to that as well, Dan. I'm really appreciative that you actually brought work in progress to the show as well. I think that was really cool to see, when we look around the table, everything's finished masterclass, but have the opportunity to see something that's in progress, seeing where, okay, it's almost like I see what's on the table, it's finished, and that is way out. And that is a goal of mine someday. And then when I look at your piece that's in progress, I can see it's like, okay, I think this progress step is is achievable for me. And, that was one of the things that we talked about leaving the show, Ivan and Jackson, was seeing your FT17, seeing the progress that had been made and understanding, okay, I think we can chip away to get here. And then it's understanding what are those next steps that really elevate the piece, and having the opportunity to talk to you and understand where you're at, where you're going, and telling that story. And you had mentioned maybe figures, maybe not. So I think that piece drawed a lot of conversation as well.
With the FT17, it was where it was at before the show. Been working quite closely with Spud, sort of like you guys were saying before, the previous cast, going to the next step. I'm always having great mentors in the club like Spud, who can push me for the next sort of technique, the next level. But having those guys in the club, it helps. And then I suppose taking it to the show, you can communicate with that across people that are coming over, having a work in progress. It gives that sort of conversational starter as well.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to have that work in progress stuff. And Dan's is a great example of the bravery of putting something that's work in progress, because it's very easy to not, because you could think it looks a bit crap before it's finished. That was a really nice standard. You could see the quality of the build, and you could see the potential of the diorama. So what Dan had done there was great. And I think we should all probably put a bit more work in progress stuff. I think your Stug Spud is not quite finished, but so it's the stuff there. My 250 dio was nearly finished, but do you know what? It was at the stage where it was close enough to being finished, but if you'd put it out, it would just look like it was a bit shit. Oh, he's forgot to do that, and well, that's rubbish because he's got blue tack on his feet. But so what Dan and Spud had put out, it's great to have it. I think because it's a great conversation piece as well for the guys that come up and say, "Oh God, that's great. I've not seen that. What are you doing there? What's the plans for the diorama?" So Dan, you need to. It's you were braver at the show than I was because you put something out that's half done.
But you can also listen to other ideas to maybe change the direction of the diorama or the single piece.
That's a great point, Dan. It seems like I wasn't there. I wish I would have been. But not only are you guys collaborating within this group and encouraging each other, and I mean that's awesome. But the way that you guys had a table together and you could talk to people and interact with them. I mean that's the crux of it, right? Is hanging out with your friends, hanging out with your buddies at an event like this is a great time. But then allowing other people to come in who get to see your work and have them ask you questions and being able to have those conversations. I mean, that's what events like this are all about.
Yeah. And I think we've all learned the most of all. I think we touched on it earlier on. If you meet someone at a show and they give you their diorama to hold and say, and you can say, have you done that? And they say, I've done this. And how did you make the coal? And da-da-da-da. And, it's, that's how you, and I think it's true inspiration. We've all been inspired by, great modelers, over time. And if you can meet them at a show and say, have you done that? And they'll tell you in a realistic way, then, because I was chatting to someone at a show, actually. I don't know if it was one of the guys in the club. If obviously we're a good bunch of modelers, and then you get some people which are will be, they don't want to tell people how they've done it, and they're a bit cloak and dagger and stuff. But what I said to someone was, the fact is, if I tell someone exactly how I've done something, what happens is they go away and they create something, and all that happens is we get to see more cool in our hobby. So rather than strangling the hobby, we've turned the lamp on it and, put the plant food on it and making that little plant grow into a mighty oak. And we can say, whoa, did anyone see the bio,
Yeah, I think it was, for me, it was like when I was editing the magazines, I got more pleasure out of the fact that a person would come up at a show and say, oh, I've read your article, I tried your technique, it worked, which means they buy some products, they buy another model, they're enthused, and they keep the industry going. That meant more to me than, say, the publisher saying, oh, we sold X thousand copies this month, which is great because that kept me in the job. But for me, the biggest buzz was that someone's gone away, you've given them a little tip or a technique, and it's worked for them, and it's meant that they've wanted to build another model, which keeps the hobby alive, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, you did it with Jackson. You talking about the big Stuart you did. You told him about a Mr. Colour paint that's like a perfect faded olive drab colour and you can wear it down. The second he did that, he ran off. He ran to the nearest paint shop. He was like, right, I'm going to go and buy this paint because Spud said this is the one. He was giddy. It's stuff like that. It's not only seeing the work amazing, but the time you take. And like you say, it's not a lot of effort to tell someone this is what I did. A lot of people are like, well, it just takes practice. It's like, thanks, that was useless. But you guys have really gone out your way to just say, well, this is what I did. Like, take the knowledge and run with it. And that's why you were such an attraction at the show.
I think, like Pete said, we first started modeling in a period where you'd look and see how someone had painted something. You'd go and ask a question and they didn't want to tell you because it was that fear and, knowledge is power. And so I always vowed that if I ever got to that sort of level, if anybody asked me how I did something, I'd be completely open and honest because, I want to, like I say, I'm really passionate about this hobby. I love it to bits, and I want to be able to pass it on to other people, and not just be all sort of insular and sort of standoffish, and that does nobody any good.
Like Pete earlier, John, you're being modest. I mean, for those out there listening, I mean, I asked Spud a question about an Achilles, and he went to Bovington and took pictures of it and sent them to me. I mean, it's incredible. So you guys are incredibly generous with each other and with the community, and it just feeds this hobby. Like you were saying, Spud, there's no reason to be tribal. And Pete, you hit on this as well. I mean, the way that you share information with others is just going to bring it back, to all of us tenfold.
Yeah, I'll just echo that. One of the things Ivan mentioned an instant with Jackson, I kind of had the same moment, not with a product, but really around composition and technique. Pete, having the opportunity to talk to you around Mind the Gap and literally going around the diorama and picking out the little things that you did that you can't get anywhere else, to be honest. And, the one thing that stuck out to me specifically was, you have the soldier in the center of the scene reaching out to his comrades, but you talked about making the dirt darker around that individual. So he pops more in the scene as opposed to his buddies, and really drawing the attention there, talking about composition and how to orient, the locomotives and also the little things around the locomotives, and, making the stack of railroad ties and the different weeds and the colors there and how they flow over. And it just all flows and really makes a lot of sense. And you talk about the corrosion and wear on the locomotive, like all these things I'll never forget, because it's honestly like a master class in the moment, and something that you can't find anywhere else, and just goes and reinforces the thing that you said, where, knowledge is power, but sharing it is even more powerful, because you're just helping the entire hobby out. And, this spawns something else, and, it's a butterfly effect almost. And, it can really help, just again, looking at the positive aspects of it. Like, I'm telling everybody, like, you need to go to Telford because you have the opportunity to talk to these people, see this works of art, and it only garners more excitement around the hobby itself and makes the event bigger and better, and more opportunities for modelers to attend. Bottom line is, I guess what I'm getting at is just thank you. It's great to have those types of conversations.
Oh, yeah, well, no, it's great. It's great to interact with everyone. So it's we have a great time doing it as well. So I mean, we've said a few times about how much we didn't want the weekend to end, and that's because we chat with you guys and the sort of general public as well. It's just it's so nice to what's a phrase? Caring is sharing.
Yeah.
It created a nice buzz around our club stand as well. But from both sides, it wasn't just a one-sided thing, was it?
Yeah.
And I think that's important too to highlight, is literally both sides of the table, where we had never met you before, and other people as well. I saw you talking to. It's like it was developing that insta friendship. Instead of them standing on the outside, you're like, well, come around, take a look at this, and that constant, very jovial, very relationship building type of atmosphere. And then just the swarms of people around your table and the prime real estate that you had there. It was just an overall, really, really good effect. And again, we say thank you for letting us claim it as almost a home base, throughout our time at Telford as well. That was certainly something special.
No worries. No problem at all. We will repeat it next year.
Outstanding. So, I'd love to transition to something special that your club did this year. I look at what, the way you recognize work. I thought it was really special that your club had a special award presented to someone in the competition. So maybe I'll turn it over to Spud to talk, and anybody as well to please chime in, around what that award was, why you chose the specific piece, and just tell us a little bit about that unique thing that your club did this year.
Yeah, I think it was a case of we've seen it on European shows and witnessed it on some shows over here. Certainly the IPMS Nationals, where you would, a friend of mine, Michael Mass, the owner of Desert Eagle Publishing, would go and place like a medallion on all really nice Israeli subjects that he'd seen and then caught his eye. And it was something we'd discussed, and Ian was really kind of got this beautiful piece of glass engraved, our sort of best of show winner. And we decided we initially were going to look and present it to the best model in the hall, or in the whole venue. But it became impractical to try and look at so many models, so we did limit it to the competition. And we saw a really beautifully painted and weathered IS-7 by a guy called Jan from Czechoslovakia, and we were really shocked that it hadn't actually been awarded anything. And we all unanimously said this is just a stunning piece of work. And so he was the recipient of our sort of club award. So we all said it was great to give it to something that we all felt should have been awarded something by the official sort of judging criteria. But it was just something really nice to do. And some of us have received it in the past from other clubs, and it's a really, really sort of humbling award to get. So it was nice to be able to return the favour.
Is that peer-to-peer appreciation, which is really nice to get if you've got people in the hobby that you admire. If they've given you an award or a club that that they're kind of the head of, you think, wow, that's super cool. So
cool.
No, so
it's just a shame. It was a shame we had a little bit of a mistake with that as well, though, wasn't it? Because we ended up giving it to the son of the chap, didn't we?
Was that his son?
That was his son.
Yeah, it was lost in translation to start with.
He didn't speak any English at all, really. It was a bit of a shame, really. But
it was so bad.
But it was sorted out in the end. Yeah, it was sorted out in the end, which is great. Yeah,
that's incredible that you guys did that, and who knows what the impact is. We have some people in the US that do that. They go to shows and they put coins or medals next to builds, and you'll walk past somebody that receives one of these, and like you said, Spud, sometimes that has as much or maybe even more meaning as getting a trophy from the show. The fact that other modelers felt like that their work was worthy of recognition, and that's terrific that you guys did that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, for sure. So as we look at Telford Scale Model World as a whole for your club, I'd love to go through each of you again and just maybe talk about, like, if there was one highlight or some takeaway, like what was that? Was it a moment? Was it the entire event? Just maybe talk about, what was your biggest takeaway from the event and why you loved it so much. And like you mentioned before, why you're coming back next year. And Pete, maybe we'll start with you.
Thanks for starting with me, because now we have to think of something quick. Thank you so much. I was going to throw it over to Dan, but that would have just been.
Well, you can if you like. I don't mind. I'll pitch in.
Go on then, Dan. You go.
The takeaway moment for us, and I know it's quite selfish, was actually not wanting it to end. The show, it does get a sort of bad press from time to time, but the show overall is not purely just about one element in that show. It's the whole thing. And for us as our club and as our group, it's the whole weekend, and it's the road trip up, it's the evenings in the pubs. But then, as we've just found out, that weekend, having that interaction full on for the 2 days, and it just non-stop. I mean, poor Ian was just stood, wasn't he, for like both days, having to explain that his Sky Crane was scratch built, but it created that buzz. Was just, I've never been to the show as our clubs before and experienced that.
No, it was almost like a tag team. When we were behind the stand, literally it was one after another. Someone would come up and say, "Who's built this model?" So we literally be pointing at, "Oh, that's Ian or Kev or Pete or whatever," and it became like Ian's corner, where he was just stood near the Sky Crane, and it was just one person after another asking, often the same questions, and all walking away shaking their head and couldn't believe that he'd actually scratch built a 35th scale Sky Crane.
I still can't believe it either, but yeah.
I know. It's the ICM kit, but we don't want to tell anybody.
No. But also when you're you walk away with an award, but finding out that it's far more rewarding to see a father with his 3 kids turn up and they've all gone out and bought models and they've come back to our table and they're pointing at different ones going, I want to build it like that, Dad. That's a reward in itself. And that's what, I guess that's what was creating our buzz, and trying to, the younger generation is what we need to bring through.
Absolutely.
Because there's not a lot, is it? I think me and you, Spud, were chatting, saying that the demographic of the show is probably a 55-year-old bloke wandering around in a Mac with a carrier bag, and
which is our age group now.
Yeah, that is our age with our Macs. But there's not a lot of younger people coming through on the hobbies, and I think that's where if we can really promote, let's just say not necessarily teenagers to be coming in, but if say you've got a 30-year-old guy who's now got some kids and he's got evenings at home and he did modelling when he was in his teens, and he sees us and has a chat and he thinks, I'm going to take it back up. 10 years from now he's collecting golds at SMC. So it keeps the hobby alive. So it's kind of where
it's where a lot of us started, actually, wasn't it? Coming back into the hobby after as kids, and like say families, education, jobs all get in the way, and then once you've got that bit of time and disposable income, and you sort of the pilot light never really goes out because you started it as a child.
I think my highlight actually, John, is similar to Dan's. It was lovely as a club to be there, because SMC the world, we was there as a club, but we wasn't in such a good position. So even though there was a good footfall past the table, and the world's was mad anyway. So I was in a bit of a frenzy for 3 days myself. So whereas at Telford you could nip off, do some shopping. The shopping was really good at Telford actually. I picked up, there was a guy that was selling lots of Mr. Hobby paints, and he had all the Mr. Hobby stuff, and they were selling airbrushes. That was really good. I bought an airbrush there as well, and I got some paints, and he threw in some free paints, and so I'm really looking forward to doing that. So that was a highlight for me, meeting that guy. I can't bloody remember his name now off the top of my head, but the shopping was really good. Seeing Spud's Stug was one of the highlights for me, because I love the Stug. It's one of my favourite vehicles. It's so gnarly, especially the one with the stumpy barrel. And that scale, it's just another level, isn't it? It's like closer to the real thing, really. So I'm not venturing into it. I'm so tempted to start to play at it, but it's like, and I will at some point.
Well, and Pete, that model is so Spud's, right? I mean, he took the base kit and he just really made it his own with his weathering and the extra features that he really went outside of the box, no pun intended, and really made it his own build. I mean, so same could be said for your pieces and everything, but it turns into an expression of who John is or who you are on this work.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was some good feedback actually on my elephant, the profit and loss diorama vignette, because that's kind of quite different as well. So that makes people. There was a guy, and he actually went was almost physically shocked by it, and that's interesting, isn't it? To get a physical reaction from someone, they're like, "Whoa, what is that? What about?"
It says it's told a story instantly. And
that's what I love, to be able to hit them straight with it, because we've all been at shows and you've looked at a diorama, you've thought, I don't know what's going on.
Well, that sort of answers that is modeling art question, doesn't it? I mean, if it's eliciting a response, an emotional response, to me, that question has been answered.
Yeah. And I think in the storytelling diorama, if you can nail a story like we've seen with the great stuff from Euro back in the day, we just see it and you think, oh my God, that's just absolutely. And the ones where you look at something and you look at it for a second and you don't quite get it, and then you see it. And I had that with Dan, your tractor, Grandpa's bird table.
Yeah.
I looked at it and I kind of thought, oh, that's nice, a rusty tractor. And then I moved on, and I didn't notice the birds, because you can get in a bit of a frenzy, can't you, when you're looking at pieces. And then I went back and looked at it, and then I got down at a lower angle, and then I saw all the birds, and I was like, boom, that is one of my favourites of all time, the birds. All the birds on the tractor, Grandpa's bird table, it's ace.
Well, thank you very much.
Give me that tenner in a minute, yeah?
Getting cheaper.
I mean, I'll add to that as well. You know, Dan, your work, the artillery piece with the sculpted figures, that was a really great conversation that we had. I thought that was a lovely piece. And, you know, looking across the table and each of your pieces telling that story, you know, whether it's a diorama, you know, Divine Intervention is a great example, to Stug's Singular Vehicles telling that story, you know, the idiosyncrasies around the grease from the machine guns being on the turret dust where people don't understand it. And you tell them, well, this is why, and you can show them pictures and walk them through like these unique things that, you know, it's an educational experience in that regard. And then, you know, Dan, talking to you about altering and sculpting figures was a really valuable conversation as well. So like, you know, I guess I'm answering my own question. Those types of engagements and the value in which you've transferred over to me and my fellow mates is really priceless. And that was the best takeaway for the show as well.
So a bit like Dan said before, sometimes Telford gets a bit of a bad rap, or people like to say things about the show that it's not going to be what it was, or it's not going to be great. But a very simple question to you three. Would you recommend people attend Scale Model World?
Definitely.
Yes, definitely.
Why wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Arguably the biggest model show in the world, huge amounts of traders, lots of stuff on discount, thousands and thousands of models to look at. Yeah, just there's no reason to not attend.
You've got you've got the social side, haven't you? You've got people that you haven't seen, or people that are the other side of the country that you want to meet face to face again. It's all of it. It's not just about a competition. It's just that part of it is a small part of the show. It's everything else, isn't it?
It's a mega show. Just the scale of it is a mega show, isn't it?
It is. And I think also you've also got the remembrance thing going on Sunday as well. You've got the buglers in there. That again, that experience where you've got thousands of people in there and you can hear a pin drop, you know, and you've got veterans in there that are welling up listening to it all. It's everything, the show. It's everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. I think if they could lift that competition area just up a notch, you know, from good to excellent, then it's a world-class show again. You know, It's a good time of year as well, because the modelling season, the show season has died down, so it can be the big show of the year in the calendar. Yeah. So especially if you guys,
like the finale, isn't it?
It's a finale, yeah. I think that's it. Just sort of that competition lighting out, and bang, it's a global show. Absolutely.
Well, the thing, you think, you know, you've got lots of hotels around there. You've got Telford Centre, which has got an incredible shopping mall, huge shopping mall. So, you know, even if, say, guys came with their partners, wives, you know, they can spend the day shopping, the weekend shopping. You've got RAF Cosford Museum just down the road. So there's an awful lot around there, as well as, you know, this huge venue for the IPMS Nationals.
Yeah. And the traders got a lot of flex as well. You can always get a deal on stuff. You can always get, and you ain't paying no postage, etc. So, and those little traders that have got their little kind of one-man band stuff.
Yeah, stuff you don't normally see.
Yeah, absolutely. And for instance, that Mr. Hobby stuff that I got, and the guy's showing me, you know, what's best to use it, and this, and mix it with that, and then ratios. Getting that when you buy that over the internet.
Yeah. And this is a great point to wrap on. And, you know, I think it was said best by one of our friends, Jackson. Telford, you three would probably support. It's a show that's unlike any other, and it's really a celebration around the hobby. You have the Worlds, SMC, that are top tier world-class artists, you know, competitions. IPMS Nationals competition is a large piece of it. It kind of gives them the flavor of their show, where Telford, it's like that overall experience of engagement, collaboration, and quite frankly, meeting like minds in the hobby, and something that I'll always treasure. And my only regret is I didn't go earlier. I'm very thankful for meeting you three, and certainly for the time that you've given us today.
Likewise. Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
So if there is any parting shots, you know, Dan, any parting shots for the group here, you know?
Oh man, no problem. Yeah, no problem at all. No problem at all. That was, just to mention that the guy who was doing the Mr. Hobby stuff, that's Matthew John from Albion Alloys.
Oh, yeah. Great guy.
Yeah. What a great guy. Yeah. Apologies for slipping his name there. But yeah, great. And so knowledgeable. And like I said, he said, mix it with that, ratios of this, try that with that. And just like, bang, I can't wait. I've got a Brumbar planned
Thank you, Pete, Spud, and Dan. Really appreciated the time that you've spent with us today. It was so great to relive some of the experiences we had at the show, and certainly look forward to creating new ones next year. And we look forward to seeing, the Four Corners Facebook page come live. We'll certainly share it. Your work is inspirational, and we can't wait to talk to you again.
Thank you. Yeah, look forward to it. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks for having us on. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, thanks for the time, guys. Continued success, and just thanks for the work and the inspiration and your contribution to the community at large. It really makes a difference, and people are drawn to you, not just because of your work, but because of who you are. So anyway, thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
You didn't mention our good looks. They're normally drawn. That's what we initially. They're fairly easy on the eye, every one of us. So first the looks and then the muscles.
I was going to say, I noticed all your shirts were about 2 sizes too small.
That's all the kebabs the night before, I think.
and a beer.
Yeah.
Well, gents, again, thank you so much. We look forward to talking to you again and the other members of Four Corners Modeling Club. So adios, amigos.
See you later, guys.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Thank you for tuning into this mega episode. We know it wasn't short, but it was certainly fun. So thank you so much. And before we end, we definitely have to take a moment to thank our generous sponsors, Bases by Bill, where you can find the best custom bases for your models, and also Tankcraft, the maker of premium hobby products from cutting mats to scale rulers and glue bases. And last, but certainly not least, our Patreon supporters. The list is long, and this community is an incredible value to the Plastic Posse podcast and themselves. So we cannot thank you enough for your continued support. This is not possible without you. So again, our heartfelt thanks. Cheers.
Favorite poem is written by Percy Shelley. His wife was Mary Shelley, who wrote Frankenstein. Additionally, Carl Sagan had a famous thing he had written called The Pale Blue Dot, and it was about our ambitions of powerful people on Earth and how in the end it doesn't really matter. A bit like our plastic, it doesn't really matter. It's what we leave behind in terms of human relationship that's more important. So I met a traveler from an antique land who said, 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command show that a sculptor well those passions read. The hand that mocked them and the heart that fed, which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things. And on the pedestal, these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look upon my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains around the decay of that colossal wreck. Boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. So yeah, that's a poem. Then on the bridge, I remember on the bridge we were, and again, I hadn't been drinking. I haven't had alcohol in a long time, but stone cold sober. Here we are. We're walking through London towards the Globe Theatre. And I remember a thing that I was so moved by the speech delivered by Kenneth Branagh in his Henry V that I memorized the speech, and it's at the Battle of Agincourt. And if you don't remember, that's where the English longbow came into its own, and the English were outnumbered 5-1. The French were going to beat them up, and the English had the longbow, and instead the English took the day. And the English are worried that, oh no, we're going to get beat. and maybe we should surrender or something like that. And Henry V rouses his troops and says that he who hath no stomach to this fight, let him depart. We would not die in that man's company that fears his fellowship to die with us. His passport shall be made, and crowns for convoy put into his purse. We would not, let's see, this day is called the Feast of Crispin. He that outlives this day and comes safe home will stand a tiptoe when this day is named, and rouse him at the name of Crispian. He shall see this day and live old age will yearly on the vigil feast his neighbors and say, tomorrow is Saint Crispin. Then will he strip his sleeve and show his scars and say, these wounds I had on Crispin's day. Old men forget, yet young shall be forgot. The good man shall teach this to his son. Anyway, it goes on, but that's a good speech there. I need to go back and truly memorize that. And of course, there was absolutely no reason at all. I memorized just because I wanted to. Call me Ishmael. Some years ago, never mind how long precisely, having little or no money in my purse and nothing of particular interest to me on shore, I thought I would sail about a little and see the watery part of the world. It is a way I have of driving off the spleen, regulating the circulation. Whenever I grow grim about the mouth, whenever it is a damp, drizzly November in my soul, and especially whenever my hypos get such an upper hand of me that it requires a strong moral principle to prevent me from deliberately stepping into the street and methodically knocking people's hats off. Then I account it high time to get to the sea as soon as I can. This is my substitute for pistol and ball. With a philosophical flourish, Gatto throws himself upon his sword. I quietly take to the ship. There is nothing surprising in this. If they but knew it, almost all men, in their degree, sometime or another, cherish very nearly the same feelings towards the ocean with me. That's the first paragraph of Moby Dick, Herman Melville. I've not read the rest of the novel. I don't think any of us have. In fact, I don't believe anyone has ever actually finished that novel. Gosh, what else is floating around up there? Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus hath told you that Caesar was ambitious. If it was so, it was grievous fault, and grievously hath Caesar answered it. Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest. For Brutus is an honorable man, and so are they all honorable men. Come I to speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me. Yet Brutus says he was ambitious. And Brutus is an honorable man. He hath brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did the general coffers fill. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious? When that the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept. Ambition should be made of sterner stuff. You all did see that on the Lupercal I thrice presented him with a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but to speak what I know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What cause withholds you then to mourn for him? It goes on, but essentially what's happening there is they've all murdered Julius Caesar. The Ides of March, the middle of March, the Beware the Ides of March, it's where we get that. The crowd's kind of like upset. Hey, you murdered the emperor. And they're, well, we'll get Mark Antony. Mark Antony will come give the speech. And so Mark Antony's like, no, actually, Caesar was a good guy and you guys are a bunch of traitors. So that was a good speech. I like that one.
That was fantastic.
That was great.
Sorry, that sounded very American. Peter, I need to see that video again. Peter.
Do you need a glass of water, Ivan?
I need a glass of water. It's now time for our third and final segment where we I'll get it in a minute.
Watermelon.
Wet the whistle.